Hear from our expert technician, our speakers and panelists. We're back at the Fixed Ops Week event.
Please welcome Jensei the Sensei and our panel up next with Revolution Parts.
Welcome back to Revolution Parts. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we have the first 90 days of building a successful eBay parts business. And Ted, quite the panel we have with us today.
We do. We have some very, very seasoned veterans. Junior St. Romain from Parkway Family. He is the e-commerce parts manager there at the location. Welcome back, Junior. And of course, we've got Jensei Numa, our resident e-commerce specialist from Revolution Parts. Jensei, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks for having me.
You gentlemen are very familiar with the eBay platform, and we want to talk to you about dealers watching building a successful first 90 days on the eBay platform. So, Junior, I'm going to come to you with the first question, and then over to Jensei to get some feedback on it as well. Junior, what have you seen? What are some of the biggest mistakes a dealer might make in their first 90 days on eBay? And what actually determines whether they make money or stall out?
Hey, Ted, thanks for having me, first off. Some of the biggest things, I would say, don't delay, start today. Me and Jinsei went round and round on that one for about 6 months, and he was like, would you just start this already and just go make money? I'm like, okay. But not having everything synced, I'm a big systems guy. So in the first 90 days, if you don't have your inventory in sync, you don't have your pricing right and your shipping, it's gonna be damaging to you. But most importantly, what a lot of people don't know, when you start eBay, you're on a time clock with shipping parts out. If you don't get them out within 24 to 48 hours of receiving that order, you're going to get dinged. And when you get dinged, they start you less visibility. It costs you more to sell. There's a lot of headache with it. You can ask Jinsei. I went through that headache, and it was a very rough first 3 months. And then finally we got our act together and started going north on sales and everything else.
Junior, I'm hearing some familiar themes on several podcasts recently, and I'm hearing take Jensei's advice. Would you agree with that?
Very much so. It'll save you. It'll save you a lot in the long run, a lot of headaches. I mean, he's only been doing it for a couple of years, but I think he knows what he's talking about.
Jensei, what do you say?
Well, it's interesting as I look at this question, because one of the things that I say regularly is I actually burned down 3 eBay accounts. I have 2 very successful ones. So our goal is to not bring people down the same lanes that I went through when I first was getting into e-commerce on eBay specifically. But one of the biggest mistakes that I typically see is exactly what Junior talked about, right? In regards to inventory syncing, et cetera. And one of the other things is basically making sure they understand standards on the platform, right? There's standards that you need to actually position yourself within, and it affects your sale ranking. And most accounts usually go below standard on eBay in their first 90 days, just because they don't know how to actually address some of the metrics that eBay requires. And really, it's just proper seller behavior on their platform, like responding to disputes or not canceling orders just because you feel like canceling orders. And eBay doesn't like that, because it actually affects how the seller's viewed on the platform.
Jensei, how uncommon is it for what Junior went through about maybe, delaying that start, putting it off a little bit? How often do you see something like that?
I see it quite frequently. I feel like people are afraid of what they don't know, but the thing is, in the e-commerce space and also in the automotive space, like, you have to try to succeed, right? So people don't want to fail, but one of the things you actually learn by failing, that's how I got as good as I have. But one of the things is that we try to teach people not to make the same mistakes that we've made so we can get to where we need to.
And Junior, one more follow-up from me before Sarah asks the next question. How soon after you got started did you know that you were headed down the right path with this eBay platform?
It was once we got over the first little hurdle. I mean, it was within 60 days. It was kind of like sales were really taking off, and we're kind of getting our act together. And it was like, okay, I'm in the right position now. I need to, there's nothing but up from here. So it was within 2 months of finally listening, getting my life together.
Well, Junior, I want to unpack a little bit more on the perception side because, there's lots of individuals when they're starting their first 90 days with eBay parts, and they're looking at listings and thinking about, well, wait a minute, I've got plenty of information, I've got plenty of parts listings, but it doesn't seem like I'm getting orders. So, did you ever feel like you had plenty of parts listings, but weren't actually seeing them materialize into an order? And what was actually happening?
Oh, for sure, Sarah. Whenever we first start, I look at a warehouse full of parts and then I look at my listings, there's 15,000 listings, and you're like, I'm only getting 5 orders a day. Like, what is happening? And then you listen to Jen say a little bit more. I did some more research of having things priced right. If you're not competitive against your competitors, you're going to sit there. Like somebody, people are obviously online shopping for a bargain. So that's a big one. And then on top of that, having your shipping settings correctly. There are some parts that were, if you try to make all of your money on shipping, you're going to lose because somebody else is offering it for half the price. Now, you don't want to undercut yourself and lose money, but you want to be competitive in the market. And then having an accurate inventory update. There were things that were listed that shouldn't have been listed or have already sold and weren't removed from here or so on and so forth, or we had in stock and weren't listed. So aligning those systems of, especially on the pricing and the shipping side, got me ahead tenfold and started seeing sales increase. And then along with that, communicating with customers and getting our reviews up, growing your your eBay reviews proves value to the customers out there that, hey, this guy knows what he's doing. This store knows what they're doing. They're happy to take on and, take a chance on us and, purchase more from us once they get we get more frequent orders and reviews.
Jinsei, this is really great advice that the Junior is sharing that you helped guide him with. And I'm curious too, as you're listening to some of his stories about, the listing side and having, lots of listings, but the orders aren't going through. And maybe it's shipping, maybe it's customer perception, maybe there's other factors. How do you help really navigate that first setup process so dealers get online in the best way possible?
Yeah. So I feel like one of the things, every brand on eBay, every dealer brand has a pricing average, right? And what's interesting, there's actually a tool on eBay that actually tells you on certain parts, right? Like what is this part actually pricing for, right? And most people that are actually on the platform, they just kind of jump on, a dealer might jump on and say, I want to sell my parts at this amount. But it's just like how you're competing with your local market. You have to know what everybody around you is doing, right? So that way you can actually make sure you attract your customers. Well, it's the same mentality online. And because I've been doing this for a while and I have us at Revolution, we actually have the purview to kind of see what everybody's doing. We actually get a feeling of what the average is, right? And if somebody is not actually taking on pricing recommendations, they're pricing themselves out, which means they're not going to make the sales the way that they need to. And then you have some accounts that are very unique, like Junior's, right? Junior is very innovative, right, on what he wants to do, what he's willing to do, how he wants to move. So he can actually advance because he's not trying to be status quo, right, on eBay or on e-commerce in general.
Wow. Can I come back to a follow-up on something Junior mentioned? Junior, you mentioned those eBay reviews. How important is it to have those reviews? And how much does that weigh out there in the marketplace?
I think it makes a tremendous difference because it's just like anywhere. People are going to read the reviews of that store to find out if their customers are getting the right parts, if they're getting them in a timely manner, if the guys are even nice. Like that plays into a factor. It's really cool with my team. We'll watch the reviews go up on eBay, and I mean we're at 6,000 plus now, and we've been doing it about 18 months, I think, maybe 2 years, and it's just growing, and it's awesome to see. As it grows, our sales definitely grow up with it because you'll see it more reviews, people saying that they bought from us just because of the good reviews, and then the reviews were right. This store is awesome, and they're coming back consistently because we're offering such good customer service. I'm really hard on my guys about customer service. I
Yeah.
want everyone first star, first class, the best service possible because I want them to think about if they were getting the package. So the reviews come in crucial to our store, and I think they help out a lot towards sales.
Wait a minute. How many reviews did you say?
We're up to over 6,000, if I'm not mistaken. 6144 as of today.
6144 eBay reviews.
Yes, sir.
Another follow-up for Jensei. It seems like when we go to search these days on the web, search has changed. It's not the typical search we used to have. There's a lot of AI now,
Hmm.
ChatGPT and many others out there. And it seems when we ask a question, it seems that the AI, Jensei, is looking at things like reviews to help a
Hmm.
dealer like Junior get found. Your thoughts on that?
Absolutely. eBay itself has ranking for listings. So you can actually have 10 people selling the same part, even the listing looks exactly the same, but it's ranked higher, or it's actually considered sponsored, or it's higher whenever somebody's in the searchability because of things like what Junior's doing. Also, Junior's account status, right? So because he's doing what he's doing for reviews, his account status actually is not like everyone else's. Like I talked about earlier, there's standards on eBay. So we strive to make sure people are above standard to top rated. And when you're in that lane from some of the things that Junior's doing, and obviously just standard service, everything you do gets like 10x. You know what I mean? Because of how you're actually handling your past customers. I always tell people your past customers help you with your new customers. Right. So most people only think about their new customers, but if you handle your current customers bad, you won't get the new customers because all these things work together.
So true, Jensei. And as Junior, thinking about again, just in the beginning, getting started and talking about the listings and the consistency and some of those growing pains that you experienced. What's the key to going from a few sales here and there to consistent volume on eBay?
For one, treating customers like they're, all stars, doing everything you can to make their lives easier. Like a lot of the parts for hiring and orders, anything over $100, we send out a VIN request so we can verify the part for the customer to make sure it fits their vehicle, so they don't have to deal with the return, and so we don't have to. One big thing that I kept dragging my feet on was pictures on my listings. All of the dealers, we all have the same generic pictures from the manufacturer, and it just makes life easier. When you get 20,000 listings, it's great what Revolution does of just uploading them for you, but they all have the same pictures. So as we went along, we started taking our own pictures and uploading them. Jinsei had been telling me to do it for 6 months, and I finally started doing it, and sales actually did start increasing because people see, oh, that is an actual real part. It's not something from China or from somewhere else.
Right.
And so that definitely helped us increase. So between the doing the pictures and doing consistent sales of keeping inventory in stock, that's another big thing too, of keeping our best sellers there and getting my parts manager to actually make consistent orders from the PDCs and have stock here. If you're always out of stock, customers are going to stop coming back to you because they're like, oh, they never have anything I want, why would I even bother with them? I'll go on to the next one. And it hurts your ratings, so on and so forth, like Jinsei was saying.
Jinsei, it's all about trust, it sounds like. I mean, it's trust from the consumer side of the equation when they're looking to verify, okay, they have this part. I'm looking at the photos of it. That's real. All of that information checks out. I'm going to check the reviews on top of it. All these pieces factor into what Junior's describing with seamless transaction experiences.
Absolutely. And eBay, and it also falls into eBay's ranking on how they operate. One of the things about the photo category, as Junior was mentioning, eBay has this thing called Cassini. It's what its algorithm system is called. And basically, it looks for people that have three or more photos and unique photos, right? And this is not anything new because Google does the same thing. You know what I mean? So they just do it. eBay does it on their platform. And one of the things too about inventory that Junior was mentioning, if you actually have an item that you're stocking and you keep selling, eBay actually puts on that item sold 10, sold 20, sold 30,
Oh,
sold
wow.
50, and it makes people trust that listing more. So if you're always selling out, you never get to the point where that actually builds itself up the way that, people's listings look, because it actually creates more trust, more buyer confidence on the platform, and then it creates more consistent volume. And then the other thing I think is really big, and Junior talked about it, which is huge, very important, is having an inventory strategy, right? Like I actually, like most people, they sell stuff, but they don't pay attention to what they're selling. I actually started building an e-commerce warehouse of parts that I knew would sell. because of frequency of purchase, and that helps create consistency of volume.
Fascinating. Junior, another follow-up for you on the authenticity of having your own pictures. Um, I know some dealers have things like photo booths, okay, they're taking for using for parts. Is that something that you do as well?
Nobody's got time for that around here. We're too busy selling parts. No, we do old school. We do iPhones. My crew has. I have one guy that does all my returns, customer service type stuff, and he's got an iPhone. So he'll go throughout the day. When they pull the part, he'll grab the part. We have a clean table in a cleaner, nicer area, but they're not world class photos. He can go
Okay.
out there, snap a photo real quick. He sends it to himself in an email and goes on. I like to keep it as simple as possible because it makes it go faster. So not I don't want to slow it down with a photo booth and that professional. We don't keep it that professional around here.
Sarah,
Yeah.
it's parts has come into the new world as well, it sounds like.
It has, and Ted and Jen say this is so exciting to hear what Junior is really accomplishing with all of the success and in his parts e-commerce business. I am curious, Junior, just as another follow up. One of the questions that dealers, have tried to factor, and Jen say, I'm sure you're seeing this pain point as well in this first 90 days. But eBay does have fees associated with the purchasing of goods. So Junior, how much do eBay fees factor into your overall profitability, and what's the best way to manage that?
Well, it definitely factors in, and it's something that I pay close attention to. But being on the top rated seller, you do get reduced fees. So the better customer service, eBay rewards you. And along with that, and Jinsei can talk on this more, but Revolution also gives you a huge break with the eBay fees and helps you out there. So that's definitely a big plus. And it is something I factor in, and I look at the end notes of what my pricing strategy is, and I make sure that I include, it's we got to make some profit here. We make a lot of money by selling the volume, but you have to uh, factor that in and it still stay competitive. And I'm able to do that by constantly reviewing it, constantly having updates from my parts manager on what new pricing is from GM and so on and so forth. It's very competitive. And yes, it does. You do have your costs, but you're not going to make that money anywhere else. It's, I'd rather make some money than no money.
That's
Mhm.
true. And Gen Z obsolescence is an important conversation that we continue to see and have across the industry. And it sounds like, the strategy, with this is really paying dividends. What are you seeing, regarding the eBay fees, and how do you advise dealerships to manage their overall profitability and have this success?
Well, when I was in a dealership world as an e-commerce parts director, I actually the reason I got on Revolution, first off, before all the other features, all the other things that I needed Revolution for, was because Revolution has this thing called a rate card. And the rate card to me was golden, right? And the reason why is because part of growing on eBay is having high listings, a high number of listings. If you operate on eBay without something that's going to buffer the fees for listings, it could be very expensive to operate on eBay. For example, a listing could be 30 cents, or depending on what's in the listing, if you put subtitles, could be $2, right? Added to the listing. If you got 20,000 listings, $2 a piece, well, that's $40,000 that you actually are about to dish out, right, to eBay. And we've had people leave Revolution thinking they don't need us and they don't need a rate card, and they get a nice, healthy bill from eBay for $40,000, $20,000, and et cetera. And then they want to get back on Revolution. So one of the things is that it waives the listing fees that eBay charges. Also, to actually look professional on eBay, you have to have what's called an anchor store, which an anchor store by itself is $350 a month if you don't have a rate card. Our rate card waives that so that they don't actually have to pay for the listing fees. They don't have to pay for the anchor store. All these things are critical when you're going to have a successful e-commerce page on eBay, and Revolution covers all of those things for these accounts to be able to operate properly. Otherwise, you're going to operate at low listings, and you're going to not be able to actually optimize your listings the way you can, and you don't even have a storefront, so you don't even look professional on the platform. So
Junior, is all this true that Jen said the sensei is sharing with us?
Oh, very true. That's why I had done eBay a long time ago on my own for my own personal e-commerce business. And whenever I first started here at Parkway, he I got with Jinsei. He's like, start it, start it. I'm like, no, I don't want to deal with all the fees. And I kept ignoring him. And then finally I listened. It's a trait in my life. I don't like to listen the first time. And he's like, no, you're going to be reduced fees. It's reduced this. And gave me the whole spiel and gave me all the numbers. I'm a very numbers guy. Like, I need to save pennies everywhere I can so I can prove it elsewhere. But yeah, it's 100% true. It's definitely a great benefit with being with Revolution, and they can also help with the support. I don't know if you ever listed anything anywhere, but listing one thing takes 5 minutes, and so on and so forth. So trying to list 20,000 parts on eBay by yourself manually, one by one, is very time consuming. With Revolution, it's a few clicks of a button and you're done, and it starts it all for you, and then you can do mass updates and everything else. It's definitely well worth the investment into Revolution for the eBay store alone.
Junior, how much have you seen this e-commerce business grow in the last 12 months? Because I know you are one of the people that we look up to for e-commerce, especially on eBay.
You talking about just my store or the world in general for
Let's talk
e-commerce?
about your store, and then we'll talk about the world in general.
Just our store alone in the last 12 months, we've at least increased sales by 25%, if not more. Just on eBay, we went from doing 30 to 50K a month to well over six figures a month now. And it's just systems and processes and learning more and better reviews, mentorship from Jinsei the sensei over here. It's ever growing. He knows I have a special number in mind for I want to reach, and I'm chasing it, and it's getting closer and closer to that goal.
And it seems the world is watching, Junior, because this has to be one of the dominant things happening right now in fixed operations. The awakening that I need to sell my parts online, and the way I've done in other parts of my business, and do that in parts.
I've definitely seen more smaller stores popping up on, you get more competition and you're like, wait a minute, who's this guy? I've never seen this name before. And so it's definitely popping up, and it's great for the business, because if I don't have something, I want the customers still be able to get it from somewhere else. And so it keeps the train flowing.
Jens, is this growing the way that we feel, and the way that we see over here on this side?
Absolutely. I feel like there's more of an understanding because of the days of the DoorDashes and the Ubers and the Uber Eats and AI, and everyone's realizing, how come I have a parts department that's the most profitable part of my dealership and I'm not online? Doesn't make any sense, So I think people are waking up and realizing that this is the path to take. But one of the things is the industry does need to keep on shifting its mindset and realize, like, if you don't make a change, then you're going to end up like Blockbuster. Um, so, mhm.
Solid advice, Jensei. And, our audience that's listening today, thinking about their first 90 days of building a successful eBay parts business, what is the best first step for them to get started and learn more about Revolution Parts? And what advice would you have for that initial setup process?
Uh, Honestly, I would say to actually contact the Revolution Parts marketing team, right? So that way they can actually help you actually create an account through Revolution, and they will walk through the steps that you need to create your eBay account. Somebody can go on and just create an eBay account by themselves, as Junior mentioned, but to be honest with you, what you actually need to scale this to make it worth it, you actually need a proper partner or a proper system to help you grow on eBay. And that's where Revolution comes in. Identifies your inventory, helps you price everything. And here's another crazy thing: pricing updates that change every single month, depending on what brand you are. And to do it manually, you got to go in there and change it manually every single month too. And that just is too tedious. So working with Revolution, reaching out to our marketing team will help somebody get started right
Junior, do you concur with that? Revolution is the partner to
Uh,
make this happen?
100%. Yeah, it's everything Jinsei said and then some. The pricing update alone is well worth it, just because I know GM, they update every month I don't have to do a thing. It's automatically done. That leaves me time to sell more parts.
All right, there we have it, Sarah. Junior St. Romain from Parkway Family, thank you so much. And
Thanks, Ted.
Jensei Numa from Revolution Parts, thank you for both, for what you're doing to advance the industry and an exciting new frontier. And congratulations to you. I look forward to having you both back and Junior, finding out what's happening even just a few months from now. I know it's going to be great. So,
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me.
all right.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
Junior St. Moraine and Jen Zainuma here with us at Revolution Parts.
This next panel is a ray of sunshine. Please welcome Reynolds and Reynolds up next.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Our next panel is an exciting one as we get to dig into Reynolds and Reynolds AI agent Ray, talk about its rollout, and examine the potential the AI assistant has, specifically for fixed operations. I'm Sarah Van Tyne here with Teddings, and joining us for this panel are Marco Zwanenberg, Joe Krupiak, and Greg Euland.
Everybody, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm very honored to have you all here.
Thanks, Ted. Great to see you.
Great to see you as well. Joe, if I may, well, Marco, always great to see the technician to the stars, all right? Joe, first time on the roundtable. You're the assistant GM at Team Toyota Glen Mills. I want to start with that first question for you. At your dealership, Toyota Glen Mills was one of the very first to get Ray. Tell us a little bit more. How are things going so far?
Things are going very, very well with us so far. With any new product, you always have a little bit of hiccup in the beginning there, but we're very excited about the product. We really enjoy the aspect that this tool is available to us on all of Reynolds platforms. It doesn't matter where you're logged in. You could be in Reverse Risk, you could be in Ignite, and Ray is available to the entire team to ask questions and sort of walk us through our day.
And Greg, we had a chance to take a peek at Ray earlier. Fascinating, and the AI tools that Reynolds has incorporated into this platform really are going to help dealers make some monumental strides.
Yeah, 100%. And it's really interesting when you take a step back and you look at it, and we're seeing all the use cases in today's world. And when we started kind of down this journey a couple of years ago, we really doubled down on this idea of a unified AI data layer, and we came to that because it was pretty clear that that was the only way that these AI tools were really going to be able to be as powerful as we want them to be. You think about a software world, and in a software world, we've historically had a bunch of different problems inside of a store, and a lot of instances those problems are siloed out. And then we fix those problems with different disparate software, right? So then you have disparate data sets. And what ends up happening in a software world is you have people that need to get information from one piece of software to the next, and that takes time, right? You have to make sure that that information is accurate across all the tools. It's not duplicated. There's nothing missing. So a lot of the software that was designed to create efficiency, it can actually slow things down, slow processes down, and take people to execute. But when we looked at the AI world that we're moving into, AI doesn't slow down, right? AI is going to move fast, and if you have missing data, if you have inaccurate data, if you have duplicate data, it's going to move fast and do the wrong thing. So really having that underlying unified AI data layer was extremely important for us to be able to build out and unify everything so that tools like Ray could operate optimally and create these huge efficiency gains for our partners.
And
So
Marco,
exciting.
pardon me, I was going to just ask Marco, from the shop perspective, you're a longtime Reynolds user, all right? How do you see this playing out, and what's your perspective from fixed operations?
Well, time is money, my friends. So anything that we can do in the shop to minimize having to bounce between SPGs, internal emails, RO parts, etc., or even like your KPIs, your metrics, it is so much easier to be able to use Ray to just ask the question. And since the data is local, it is not diluted by any external source. So it's a trustworthy data patch that you get from the system. So again, time is money. Get me to where I need to go quickly, and let's keep going.
Joe and Marco, I just want to get your thoughts too about this because, as you described, Marco, this is an important component for a partnership perspective. It's important to have partners like Reynolds and Reynolds who really act as a two-way partner in this equation. So what are you thinking, and what are your thoughts about the importance of having this kind of technology, especially like Ray?
I
Yeah,
see
so
that it's very important to have this. The two-way communication with Reynolds and Reynolds is of utmost importance, so we can give direct feedback. Joe will probably agree with me on this one, that having that direct feedback so we can immediately go and implement changes in it. The great thing is also that Ray is native to Reynolds, so it's seamless integration with all the systems that Reynolds brings out. So it's, you want to win. Winning is a team sport. In this case, it's the dealership and Reynolds hand in hand will cross the line. What do you say, Joe?
yeah, I couldn't agree more. I've been with this dealership for 14 years. We've been a Reynolds customer the entire time, and we've launched our fair share of products. And we've also worked with other companies trying to get products off the ground. My firsthand experience with this particular team that's launching Ray is they're second to none. They're extremely responsive. Any little nuance that we have along the way, they're right on top of it. And it's extremely important because as you're trying to develop something, it can become frustrating if something's not going the way that you want. But when you have a responsive team like we currently have, it just really helps get things off the ground.
Greg, let me come to you, if I may, from the Reynolds and Reynolds perspective. Having dealerships that are willing and excited to partner up and also give great feedback is really important. Tell us a little bit more about your perspective on that.
Sure. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, our goal at Reynolds is to help our customers be as successful as they can be, right? Everybody here at Reynolds, I mean, we wake up every morning knowing that we're coming to work to help our customers be successful. I was just with a dealer this morning who's visiting us here, and we were talking about that and how important it is for us to make sure that our customers have the best day possible every day. And when you can do that and walk hand in hand with them and get feedback and be able to deliver products and tools and workflows that really do create an easier life for them, right? Make them more efficient, make them more productive, make them more profitable. That's what's fulfilling for us, and being able to get that instant feedback from our customers, that firsthand feedback, and then I will say, and this is a change that we've made where and Joe, you mentioned it, so I appreciate you calling it out, but just that the speed with which we iterate and the speed with which we work has increased exponentially, recently here, and something we're really proud of. We're seeing just these massive forward leaps in everything that we're doing for a lot of different reasons, but it's a big part due to our customers and the partnerships and the trust that we have, that goes both ways, and being able to really work together to bring these amazing workflows to life, and that's where you're going to see those huge leaps forward.
And Marco, I'm imagining, from the technician perspective, when things are specific and less vague, we get better results.
Oh, absolutely. Going back to my first comment, time is money. The less time that we as the shop have to spend on weeding through data, whether the data is workshop repair or RO information or SPG estimates, the more efficient our data is available to us, the faster we can move this car through the shop. So the workflow actually gets sped up with correct data sets instead of having to, trying to see the forest through the trees and trying to get all this information in line, when Ray is an absolute phenomenal help with this. So specific data sets in a real-time data, it's phenomenal to have that available to us.
I want to follow up, if I may, with everybody on the panel. It's exciting to see where all this is heading, okay? And I want to get some examples from Joe and from Marco. But before I do, Greg, give us a little bit of color on this, because Ray really allows the dealer to get that specific information, as you're hearing from Joe and from Marco right now. Tell us a little bit more and give us some feedback on that.
Sure. Well, you think about in today's world, what's possible, right? Ray can handle everything from help questions and serving up help videos and connecting you with the technical assistance center and handling that function, to serving up recommendations on ways that you could potentially improve the business, to doing some more complex reporting tasks that we've all seen it and done it, where you need to pull 3 different reports from 3 different systems and download them into a CSV file, and then you combine them and massage them, and it takes a person 2-3 hours to compile all of this, where you can start to leverage Ray to get an output in seconds, right? And so seeing those efficiency gains are huge. But then you think about, okay, what about the agentic layer where Ray's able to go and execute, right? And Marco, we actually talked about a couple of these use cases a couple of weeks ago on Connected. Thanks again for joining me. But you think about things like CCC statements, right? Telling your story, whether that's creating the story or refining it to make sure that it's customer friendly and customer facing. There's use cases like that, and we'll continue to develop these. I think what's most exciting to me is in this AI world, and when we're talking about Ray, we don't have to build out every workflow, and we don't have to program every workflow from a software perspective, right? The AI tools can start to execute things that maybe weren't thought of before, or maybe it's a simple workflow idea that can become more efficient, but it wasn't necessarily pre-programmed to do that, right? You have the underlying business rules inside of the rental system that have been developed over decades and function the best in the business. But with Ray and with these agentic AI layers, you're really able to start doing things that weren't necessarily planned out or thought of before, but rather being executed on the fly. So we're going to be able to see new use cases as somebody like Marco's in there and he says, well, I wonder if it can do this, and then ta-da, it does. That's what's really exciting, and I think we're all going to learn as we go along.
Joe, you shared some of your excitement. Tell us a little bit more, maybe some examples and some of the things that you're seeing right now by utilizing Ray.
Yeah, and again, it's a new tool for us, so we're still sort of getting up to speed with it. But the time savings and the stuff that we can access, again, I know I'm going to sort of repeat myself, from one platform without having to go into focus, into reverse risk, into running a report off the service side. That's huge, and I'm going to echo what Marco was saying earlier, where time is money, and in my mind, time is the most valuable thing you will ever own. And when you have access to a tool like this in your toolbox, you can just set the world on fire, and the sky is the limit. And I've said this before, I'm interested to see where we're going to be 3 years from now. I think we're just in the infancy stages of where we're going with AI technology.
That's a good point, Marco. AI is advancing really quickly. We see it in our personal lives. The AI that we utilize today in our, typical searches, as a matter of fact, is way more advanced than it was even just a few months ago. Um, Marco, there's a lot of people in the dealership, a lot of moving parts. Your thoughts on this, because everybody needs to be more efficient, and ultimately it's going to be saving the customer's time.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. It just speeds up the entire workflow from appointment making to handing the key back over and everything in between. And the great thing about AI is, especially something like Ray, is like it learns as it goes. And the great thing is too that using AI, I can see it being utilized in such a way that it takes tasks like, to Greg's point, like I said, it will take someone hours to generate a report where Ray can do it in seconds. Well, that frees up a lot of time. And as I've mentioned a few times already, that managers are so incredibly overcapacitated at this point. They have so much to do. So if we can take time away from them, or actually give them time to dedicate to other things, it will be so much better. So as AI keeps going and growing and learning, I think we can only see benefits from it that will not just benefit the customer, but actually frees up management to become leadership and be way more involved in their employees, which then again raises, employee satisfaction, retention, which then reverts back to customer satisfaction and retention. So overall, it's like, how can we go wrong with this?
Yeah.
And Greg, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to add, one of the things I think that maybe doesn't get talked about a ton is when we look at true operations and leveraging AI inside of dealership operations and certainly workflows, and it's easy to visualize the consumer interactions and ways that we can speed things up, but also, you think about tasks like, I'll give pricing as an example. And when we look at, I've been doing a lot of looking lately and was looking at retailers that are in fairly mature markets, right? In automotive, we're in a fairly mature market. Our demand for new vehicles probably isn't going to increase exponentially anytime soon. As far as fixed ops goes, we're continuing to see growth, but depending on how you look at it, some of that growth is organic, some of that growth is just through raising prices, right? So there's some different factors that go into it. But when we look at the operations behind it and we say, okay, what are some retailers that are in a similar position as us, so we're not in growth mode, who have leveraged AI to become more operationally effective? And one of those is actually Walmart. So Walmart's clearly the biggest retailer in the world. And back in 2023, they had a pretty difficult year. So clearly they said, okay, we got to fix this. And they took a step back and they said, where can we leverage artificial intelligence to try to improve? And one of the areas that they looked at, they really looked at inventory is what they looked at clearly as a retailer, but they looked at purchasing and they looked at pricing. And with pricing, it used to be, if you've worked in retail, kind of a public-facing retail, you have stickers on the shelf, right? And those would be replaced. It used to be once a week, and then it was once a day, maybe a couple of times a day. Well, Walmart said, what if we can update those dynamically throughout the day, depending on traffic flow into the store, depending on demand? What if we could update those throughout the day? So they implemented these digital price tags. You may have seen them at Walmart or other stores, and pricing can actually be dynamically changed throughout the course of the day. And by implementing this in 2024, Walmart saw a huge bounce back. Their operating income increased more than what it had decreased previously. And then last year, they went up another 9%. So they're seeing this massive growth by operationalizing AI and looking at these other ways to to do things dynamically and quickly to help impact the bottom line. So, we think about what we could do with that in the dealership. I mean, certainly you can look at inventory on the front end, but also when you think about parts pricing, or when you think about, even service pricing, right? Are there ways that we can safely, legally, and fairly do this, but do it based off of demand, traffic flow, and have accurate pricing across the board?
Greg, while we're on that topic, I've heard the term come up, dynamic pricing. What can you share with us on that now with this panel?
Sure. Well, I mean, the concept is kind of what I just described, right? So being able to dynamically change pricing, but in general, if you really peel it back, that type of thing's been around for a long time, right? Inside of Reynolds, I mean, we've had parts pricing matrix for decades. So the functionality, the core idea isn't necessarily new, but now the technology is enabling us to go execute on it in real time versus having to program it, way ahead of time.
Joe, some of your thoughts on dynamic pricing?
We love the idea of it. And I'm sure Marco, this as well. The technician shortage is a huge problem in service departments, and the Amazon world has created this, I need it now, I need it right tomorrow. So the dynamic pricing, I think, would be huge for service departments, because you have so many people that are fighting and jockeying for certain time slots that, we all want to be 8 o'clock waiters on Friday morning. And if I can curtail my pricing based on that demand, no different than what a hotel would do if the Phillies were coming to town, I think that the industry as a whole would see a huge uptick in not just, a blanket door rate pricing that's going up. It's sort of based on the demand of the consumer.
And Marco, from your perspective, dynamic pricing?
I think it's an absolutely fantastic dynamic part to be take care of in the dealership, because why are we selling the same thing at the same price continuously during the same time of the day? There is peak demand, there is low demand. Another thing that I would like to bring up, where Ray could probably help with, is consistent pricing. How many times has it happened that the same job gets quoted differently by different technicians and different advisors? So if we can nip that in the bud, that will be fantastic too. Add the dynamic pricing to that part of it, and now we have real-time response to the market as it is at that moment. How great would that be to, like in Joe's point, keep the base full with the technicians, keep everything going, keep the workflow going, keep the efficiency at its peak, and keep these customers happy.
It's incredible information, Greg. And, Ted, as we conclude today, I mean, it's exciting to hear just all of where the industry is heading, how Ray is really helping dealerships have this additional resource in their teams, to really enhance their job experience and the customer experience by providing this information. Incredible stuff.
It absolutely is. Joe, I'm going to go ahead and give you the last word from the retailer perspective. Your thoughts on what's next, and if you had a moment to speak to your fellow Reynolds retailers, what words you might share with them right now?
We're in some really exciting times. I think if you're with Reynolds and Reynolds, you're in for a treat for the next couple of years. Sort of circling back to what Greg got into with the dynamic pricing, I could easily see us getting to the point where, based on what time you schedule your appointment, it adjusts all of your pricing and what the market's willing to pay for an 8 o'clock Friday waiting appointment versus a 3 o'clock waiting appointment. But again, you're sort of hooked up with a company that the sky is the limit, and we're super excited to be along for this ride. I don't know of any other company that's taking it as serious and as far as Reynolds has gone to this point. So like I said, if you are a Reynolds customer, or even if you're thinking about joining the Reynolds team, now is the time to sort of get on board, because we're in for a real treat.
I love it. Marco, last word from the shop on fixed operations on Ray.
I see that Ray will only integrate further and more into the Reynolds system, to a point where if you use another vendor for an MPI program, for example, that eventually Ray will be able to pull data out of it, or that a technician can use Ray to dictate the CNC and remain warranty compliant, and of course, like to Greg's point, customer facing. So that would be a great help to have Ray learn the jargon, as was mentioned earlier, to where a technician can dictate the CNC, and let's see how that will speed up our time in the shop.
And Greg, final word on where this is all headed for our retailers and the industry.
Well, I think the opportunities are endless. It's really exciting, as Joe said, and where we go is going to be to a place that we're far more efficient than we are today. We're far more productive than we are today, and ultimately far more profitable than we are today, and all that in a world where we're not going to see that organic growth in demand, at least. So it's really exciting having partners like Joe, like Marco, and their dealerships to go along this journey, and I love seeing the gains that they get. I love seeing them succeed, and really appreciate having them as true partners and being able to communicate back and forth and make everything as successful as possible.
Sarah, exciting to see the innovation coming out of Reynolds and Reynolds and what they're doing, thinking ahead for our industry.
It is, Ted, and I know we have some exciting opportunities to learn more. If you're interested in learning about Reynolds' new AI assistant, Ray, you can check out ray.com/Ray for more information. And Ted, always exciting to have Greg Euland, Marcus Wanenberg, and first time for Joe as well on the Roundtable.
Everybody, thank you so much for your time today. Joe, hope to have you back and continue to learn more about your success with Ray.
And I will say, I hope everybody can learn about Ray before, but you are able to see it real time. We'll have some live workshops at Amplify. That's coming up here in August. So make sure, if you're interested, join us in beautiful Carlsbad, California, August 10th and 11th. But you can learn more and sign up at rayray.com/amplify as well.
Great opportunity to see it in person, Greg. Greg, thank you so much for what you and Reynolds do. Marcos Wanenberg, thank you. Joe Krupiak, thank you. Everybody, the Reynolds and Reynolds Ray panel here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We are here in Las Vegas at NADA 2026. I'm Vanessa Collins, joined by
Katrina Ness, and we are here in the Reynolds and Reynolds booth with Gabrielle Roberts, who is going to teach us about their new AI agent, Ray. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what exactly does Ray do? It is new. You are unveiling it here at NADA 2026. Super exciting. What solution does it solve?
Yeah, so this is going to solve for when you have a question and you're in, no matter where you're at in the Reynolds system, you're going to be able to ask Ray, which is our agentic AI, which is going to be fully embedded across the entire Reynolds ecosystem, meaning that no matter where you're at in your Reynolds, whatever Reynolds solution you're working in, you're going to be able to have it pulled up, ask it questions. It can pull reports for you. It can give you help files or help videos, or it can even connect different people across the dealership and work as a chat platform too, so you're not pulling up Teams anymore and asking questions.
That's amazing. Tell us what this looks like through different departments, different leadership levels at a dealership, etc.
Yeah, so really the biggest difference between different leadership levels would be what information it has access to. So we are thinking that through, because you don't want somebody at the dealership dealership, like a salesperson being able to find how much the dealership's making or something like that. We're going to make sure that they only have access to the information based on security levels. But really, it's going to look the same, where you can see there you're able to ask questions, you're able to connect, and no matter what platform you're on, you can see like our Recon Vision, our reconditioning tool, our Auto Vision, our appraisal tool. It's all right here on the right-hand side.
Awesome. So I imagine for the management level, people within a dealership, like general managers, department heads, it can kind of be used as a performance driver to ask questions and see where are the areas for improvement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. It can make recommendations based on all this information it's taking in, because it's using Spark AI, which is like our unified data layer of all the information across all of the Reynolds platform. So it's using the actual real information. Versus if you think about maybe some of the general AI that people use, it's pulling from the entire internet, you get wrong answers. Here, it's using Spark AI, so it's a lot more accurate.
And when you're using a general AI, it's not only pulling from multiple different sources, but you're also giving it information. So let's talk about security. How is this super secure and help the dealership in terms of not giving out all the data or stuff that shouldn't be in the web or accessed just by general AI?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is all being built, like we're building everything from the ground up.
Yeah.
I believe Sarah was here. She knows more about like what exactly it looks like, but we're not outsourcing this. We're doing it ourselves, and it has the same level of security that the Reynolds DMS as a whole has.
Wow. That's so important. Yeah. Security, making sure that all of your data is safe, that's very important these days.
Absolutely. And Gabrielle, nobody else is doing this. You're unveiling it here at NADA. What are your initiatives for Ray and for the convention?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, really just showing customers what they're about to get. This is something that is now going to be included with the Reynolds CMS. We're looking at rolling it out this year, and so customers, once they get it turned on, they're going to have it. It's not something extra they have to purchase. It's something that we just want to provide for them.
Wow. That's super important. That's awesome.
Thank you so much for joining us today, Gabriella. This was truly amazing, and you guys are at the forefront of the industry with this new AI, so super exciting.
All right, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. And for those of you online, stay tuned. We have much more value, insights, and conversations to come. Ready to hear our next speaker? It's Prasad Shivali from Axle Automotive.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we have the Axle Automotive panel, and Ted, lots of exciting things when it comes to bringing control of your critical operational data back into the dealership.
Sarah, you're so right, so true. Prasad Shivali is with us. He's the CEO of Axle Automotive, great friend of the retail community. Prasad, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, and good to see you guys again.
Yes, it was great to see you earlier in the year in Las Vegas at NADA, amongst other friends who were attracted to the conversation as well. And Prasad, congratulations. A lot of great talk, a lot of things happening with Axle Automotive. What are you seeing in the industry right now since we all got together at NADA? And what are some of the things that have been happening in terms of activity, especially on the fixed ops side?
Thank you again. The activity at NADA has been great. Your people came by the booth, asked us some questions. It got a lot of buzz. We met in person, with Joe Shaker and everybody. There's nothing more, fruitful than meeting people in person. So we enjoyed the show, and we did over 30 demos during the 2.5 days in our booth. So it was really good for us, and we're still working with those relationships. But also from there, people ask us a question: Can you do this? Can you do that? And it keeps changing. Since NADA, we onboarded at least another 6 groups, and we're still working through the residuals from there. So when we sign a new customer, we do something called a discovery meeting. We ask them, what's your pain point? What are you looking for? Because there is no one reporting platform or one solution that fits everybody, right? And in the last 30 days, everybody's like, okay, our management wants to look at our expenses. We want to make sure how much money we're making exactly from our fixed ops side. Is our parts department, are we actually doing pricing metrics correctly? So when we start talking about it, you, you guys are aware that service absorption, service department takes care of, our fixed department takes care of the whole expenses, right, to begin with. So it's the um, lifeline for the dealership. Everybody knows that. So that's one of the reasons fixed ops data is so much more important. It may not be the most glamorous one all the time. Everybody wants to do ads and sell and all that, but who pays for the bills? It's the fixed ops side. So we started building the reports on the fixed ops side to say, what is your exhaustion? How much money you're making from fixed ops that's covering your expenses? What's the benchmark? What is NADA recommends it to be? Are you compared to others? That report, almost everybody we talked to said, I would really like to have a pulse on it. People kind of put it together. Some people actually look at a financial statement and kind of make a few calculations, say, okay, I'm in the range. But to see it front and center, almost in real time, will create some awareness on where you're doing and where you need to focus on. So that's been a very fruitful thing to kind of talk about. The second one is obviously expense control, right? In March, there were a few ups and downs in the industry. There may be not as much gross profit. So what is the first thing everybody's going to turn into? Is, what am I spending money on? Are we actually watching it? What is the trend? In our last conversation, we talked about our AI product actually looks at all the data and starts to learn things, right? It's not a public AI. It's actually looking at the dealership data and say, are you consistently spending the same amount of money for the same category and down to the each individual line item in financial statement? So a guy asked me, hey, are we spending more for our uniforms or less? I was like, where do you go look for that data? So you had to go into the DMS, look up a line item and which vendor you're paying. These are simple questions, but if you don't have access to the data, you can just answer that right away. And so when somebody asks me, can you give me a fixed income and expense statement that shows me exactly the money and expenses by category, we built that, and they started clicking on each line and down to the entry level. And they actually had a meeting at the dealership with all their service guys and say, not that we have to change anything, but let's be aware of everything we're spending. And that was very eye-opening for us. It's like how dealerships that really operate well keep eye on their expenses, how much money they're making, and we're glad to be providing those numbers for them.
Prasad, what I think is so fascinating about the story that you just shared with us is that, oftentimes dealerships are held captive by the data that they can glean from the reporting that's available to them. And like you said, it is very complicated if a general manager or service director is trying to, quickly interpret this information. What you just described with the uniform expense, in some cases, if maybe you're not exactly sure what line to check or in the reporting, you're sending a message off to your office. You're having more of those conversations between other employees to ascertain the information. And what gets lost in that moment is all the time it takes to gather that information. And so that's a really amazing story. And I'd love to get more insights from you on what people are focused on when it comes to data, currently. And what are you seeing more and more conversations evolving to when you're talking to dealership decision makers?
It's so true. Like you said, the amount of time it takes for them to look up that number. Like when the owner calls the GM and says, hey, how are you doing? How much are you spending? He's always like, call some other number. They look it up and come back, and it may be by evening. And I don't think they have the patience. In this day and age, everybody's like want a 30-second reel. Give me like a insight of everything you're spending. And if you can't give them the numbers quickly, you know, they all get impatient, right? So I was talking to one of the GMs and said, yes, every time I had to ask either my controller, not that it's a bad thing, they're busy month end, and somebody else has to log into another system and type in a few things and give us the number back. And so when we go looking at all these dealership and say, what are the numbers anybody's going to ask you? How quickly can we access that, knowing that it's your data? And no, we don't knock on any of the current software. It's like, the DMSs are there to help you, but not everybody's well versed with their DMS. They can just log in and punch in a few keys and say, I know exactly what that cost is. So for us to start to almost normalize that data and keep it at their fingertips, it's almost like the best outcome, right? They're all looking and say, wow, I can look at this expense by my vendor without having to ask for a report or call somebody to say, hey, can you run this for me? People are becoming more data aware, right? And AI put that in forefront. Like if it's like, hey, you don't know that number, it's almost like nobody wants to admit that I don't know that number. So I better make sure that I have quick access to it. So, so I keep making notes of what data that, somebody will ask you, right? Especially expenses. How much did you do last year? Are we doing year over year better? It's mostly common questions, but you need quick access to it rather than having to worry about, oh, I will get back to you tomorrow.
Yep. And Prasad, it's amazing how the conversations evolve throughout the course of the year. Fixed ops and expense control are in the front and center. I want to pivot a little bit because when we got together in Las Vegas, there's been a whole lot of talk at that NADA show about AI. I don't know about you, but Sarah and I couldn't turn either way without hearing about AI. What are you experiencing? What has the talk been since the show? And is AI showing inroads and progress, especially on the fixed ops side?
You know, there is always that newness with AI. Everybody looked at it, and a few people signed up to it. But at the end of the day, if you're paying for AI, you're going to ask the same thing. We're talking about expenses. If I sign up to another software that does AI, where is it helping me? Right? You have to show the results. So just because it's a new technology, you can't keep going on signing up with software and say, this AI is going to revolutionize it, right? Maybe down the line. So what become more aware since NADA, the AI with the right data and giving the answers quickly is where everybody's pivoting to. Just because it says AI doesn't mean that you can just buy the software or start expecting miracles. So it needs to know the data, especially on the fixed op side. Do you think you can feed all the auto data to AI and then it will tell you what to do? Right? We're talking about years and years of expertise that the people in the industry in the fixed op side know exactly what the pulse is, right? How do I actually make a small difference in my effective labor rate? All these things are not going to be fed into AI. So it comes to the knowledge of the industry and the data that actually means to give the right answer. So we found people like, okay, yes, I'm going to embrace AI, but I'm also going to embrace it slowly while I still have control on everything we're doing. So we fed more data. One of the things like a guy said is, where AI can help me is to fix my pricing matrix, right? I said, what do you mean by that? And he said, we discount anything over $10 on a part. But if AI can look at all the data and tell me if I'm discounting too much for a product that is $11 versus $9, all I have to do is small change and nobody will notice difference. And if AI can tell me that means another $100,000 in gross for you with just that one change, I will grab that. That is what I'm expecting AI. So some of the best operators are actually expecting a lot from AI. It's not just give me a fancy answer and then I'm going to be happy with that. So they want AI to analyze the data deep and wide.
Prasad, it's so incredibly fascinating to hear, again, all the different layers that dealerships and fixed ops departments are considering. I'm curious to get your interpretation on what's happening industry wide, because Ted and I at the Fixed Ops Roundtable, there's a lot of dealers and a lot of general managers from different OEM brands, different size dealerships, different market areas. But what are you seeing industry wide? What areas are dealerships most focused on when it comes to fixed operations today?
People want to buy more cars coming to the service department. Everybody service drive, acquisition has been a area that everybody wants to focus on, right? There's a lot of software around it. There's a lot of talk about around it, but you're competing with everybody, all the big boys and online guys to buy cars, right? So fixed ops is actually helping the variable by getting more cars for you to sell. So I asked people and said, what are the areas that you want us to help? That's the other area they tell you. It's like, how can we actually start figuring out buy cars from our existing customers? Those seems to make the most money, right? And it's like instead of buying off the street. So
Right.
it's full circle. You can buy car online, but you cannot service online. You still need to take it to a dealership or have to have a mobile service. And I'm also seeing almost every group I'm talking to, they all now doing mobile service, right? And it's like, especially in California, people are busy. I'm taking the van to the customer. I'm not expecting them to come here.
Right.
And I want to see how much money I'm making. It's like you cannot again have a big number in a financial statement at the end of the month. You need to start preparing for, do I need to get more people in that department and start making more money? Uh, just like all the fixed ops metrics, how much money we're making, are we just doing oil changes? I started seeing people asking all these questions and say, wow, it is changing, right? Fixed up is still driving the revenue. You are adjusting to the demands of the market. You want to be available for anybody. And as people start buying more and more cars online, where are they going to go? Especially if it's an investment. If you buy a car $40,000, $50,000, you're not going to take it to anybody and just trust them that they will
Right.
fix it, right? So the brand and the dealer's reputation is still going to be very important when you want to trust your car with the service. And I think that's where I see that still being the area everybody wants to improve in. So marketing for service, buying cars through service drive, these are the areas that we're still seeing a heavy demand in terms of data and also solutions.
And Prasad, just to follow up on that, there's been a great awareness, especially in the last 2 years, it seems, more and more on that service drive as being the source for these acquisitions, the one owner, or at least the the vehicle that's been serviced at the dealership where we have all the records, where we can put it up on the lift, where we can't do that necessarily online or at an auction. We can look at the vehicle and we can see what the recon needs are. And that service drive is a gold mine for the entire dealership in whole. Okay, sales and service, it all comes down to that drive and big awareness on that.
Yes, especially when if they're waiting for their car, they're
Yeah.
just right there in the dealership. And if you can convince them the technology is so changing so much, and for very little money they can get into a new car, I mean the chances are pretty high. So I think a lot of people are aware of it, service drive acquisition, but I've seen a very few people really pull it off to the maximum possible efficiency. So we definitely want to provide more data dealerships to kind of get more cars out of there.
Prasad Shivali, everybody, is the CEO of Axle Automotive. Prasad, my final question today is: what are you seeing? What playbooks are you setting up in your implementations for fixed ops? What are you seeing out there? Here we are. We're almost halfway through the second quarter in May. What are you seeing out there as we look ahead over the balance of the year? Because there's a whole lot of 2026 ahead, and nobody can see the future, but you've got a good idea with that data, some of the things that we're going to be needing.
Techs are always at the premium. They're looking for how much money we're making, the tech efficiency, all these numbers that everybody pays, talks about it. So they give us a playbook and say, I want my advisor to log in and see these things really quick. Am I making enough appointments? What should I be making? What is the no-shows? Is anybody following up? Things that are people used to talk about. People say that if you can give us a platform that they can get this data very quickly, then I can make them focus on things they do best, which is go talk to the customer and sell more things on the on the service drive. So what we're seeing is people don't want to do things that are manual anymore. They think that AI will take care of some, which it is taking care of some, but not everything, right? Repetitive tasks definitely, but also you need to be very aware of everything is happening. all the small changes I did, is it helping me immediately or in the long term? And the only way to do it is data. So we are getting a lot of more demand for metrics that I was not aware of before. So like how many tires are we selling? Why is that important, right? It's like, it's the loyalty to the dealership. Who's on my service drive doing more accessories to my customers, right? What are the CSI scores doing? So to answer your question, everybody's like looking for more data and then want it right in front, so that they don't want to spend time on trying to get access to this data. And then they want every positions to be fed the data points that they need to be looking at, right? Advisor needs to look at something, BDC need to look at something, and the guy in charge needs to be looking at something else. And we are creating those views for everybody.
Sarah, data is king, and Axle Motive gives dealers more control of that data and puts it in one place to help them with these operational efficiencies, and great things happening, Sarah.
It's very exciting, Ted and Prasad. It'll be exciting to see how dealerships continue to take control of more of their data and make these kinds of incredible operational decisions.
Yes, definitely. And we're glad to be part of it. And if they want to know more about what everybody's looking at, what kind of questions they're asking the AI, we're glad to share and give a quick run through that.
Everybody, Prasad is a great colleague and friend of many in the industry who look to him. Everybody, Prasad Shavali at Axle Automotive. You could see his email scrolling down below. You see the URL for Axle Automotive as well. You can reach them on the web. I know they're active on social media. Prasad, I would imagine if our audience has some questions, which, as you said, many dealers do, most dealers do right now, they can reach out and perhaps ask those questions of you and your team, and
Yeah,
get some
exactly.
guidance.
No obligations. We're here to kind of share what we're learning, and we would like to get other industry experts that you guys talk to, get the insights from there too. It's a mutual benefit.
All right, great stuff. Everybody, Prasad Shavali, CEO at Axle Automotive, here with us today at the Fixed
All right.
Ops.
Thank you, guys.
Axle One was created to allow auto dealers to interact with all their data, anywhere, anytime. Think of it as a dealership operating system that connects all your existing tools, improving profits and reducing costs. Our AI engine, Expert, provides role-specific insights and identifies actionable paths for growth.
Faster decisions and greater transparency. Book your demo today to learn more about what Axle One can do for your business.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we have Kent McDonald of Northwood University. And Ted, what an honor to have him with us.
What a very special guest, Dr. Kent McDonald from Northwood University. Welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you. What an honor for me and all the success we've had with the intern. And thank you for doing that. And great to be with you.
Yeah. And Kent, you've been such a gracious host. These CAM summits have really elevated the game, I think, in the industry, and so smart to build that as part of the International Auto Show. Congratulations to you on all the positive things happening with Northwood right now that we're hearing about.
Yeah, the word that I would use, Ted, is momentum. And I had an opportunity to meet with one of our alum in West Virginia, and he was looking at what's happening at different universities across the country, and he said, Kent, why I'm so proud to be an alum, and I see what the country needs right now. And he said, this is Northwood's time. This is our time. And I sense that right now. Not only our commitment to free enterprise and the things that we stand for from a values point of view, but automotive in particular. I don't think there's been more important time to get talent than right now with the generational shift that's going on. And we're proud to be a contributor to that.
I want to let you know that several people on this platform today have mentioned to Sarah and I during the course of our conversations, by the way, I'm a Northwood alum. Okay, I want to let you know that, all right?
Well,
and how important Northwood is to our industry.
Well, and I think there's someone to my left who's going to be an alum not too far away in the future. Congratulations, Sarah. Thanks for joining our MBA program.
It has been amazing to be part of the Automotive MBA. It's such an exciting opportunity for Northwood University and for the industry at large.
Yeah, it is. We're particularly proud of that. I mean, there's a lot of MBA programs there, but and all students are going to learn the 4 Ps of marketing. But how do you take that and really apply it to this amazing but complex industry? And that's where we've just said this is one more example of Northwood really doubling down on serving this industry at this particular time.
And what I think has been so impressive about the Automotive MBA is this is applicable to not just our automotive retailers that have the dealership path, but also professionals that are across the industry to have this overall knowledge and expertise about what needs to happen.
Yeah, and learning not just on the retail, but how complex it is. We've been having meetings here, and just the different connections, just not only in Michigan, not only in America, but internationally. All the challenges that go on, issues. Who would have thought, even 10 years ago, that understanding cybersecurity as it relates to automotive would be such an important thing, and here we are. Yeah.
What future opportunities? The Northwood University is growing. Students, are enrolling, and there's lots of conversations about what the future holds for our young professionals. What is on the agenda for Northwood University as you continue to expand your curriculum?
That's a great, and I look out at some of our students here today. I would say there's a couple of layers to that. Number one is understanding the technical aspects of the job, so finance and supply chain management, marketing. But I would say that, most universities, presidents certainly would say we have that covered. I think what we're doing a little bit differently at Northwood is the less tangible qualities of graduates. As Ted, you and I were just chatting earlier, how quickly things are going. So how do you remain flexible and mobile and agile, and at the same time prepare students with what our employer partners have said are the values of what they're looking for? They just expect them to understand the business side. It's the things like grit and resilience and wanting to wake up and working hard, that nothing comes easy, and that our students understand earned success, and they want to be a contributing partner to that. And as America's free enterprise university, we also have students who want to make money, that they understand profit is important if we're going to make our communities more socially and economically prosperous. So you mix all of that together, and I think that's why our students are in such high demand. And I would say, look, if you want to be in this trillion-dollar industry, Northwood is the right place to be. Yeah.
I want to ask you about a couple things, Kent.
Sure.
We mentioned the MBA program with Sarah as well. I want to ask you a couple things. One about the motorsports program that you've launched at Northwood, and also some of the things we're hearing. We just had a young fellow on here from Lithia. The DART program has also risen to prominence, and I know Northwood's playing a big part. So some of the things that you're doing, like the DART program, with some of these dealers around the country, that's really gaining momentum, to use your word. So if you want to elaborate on some of those.
Sure. Well, the automotive or the motorsports program, we have the automotive stream, the aftermarket stream, adding this new stream around motorsports is been so exciting for us. We're getting a lot of interest from the various teams, race teams that, the different categories of that industry. So that's going to be a major at Northwood. Number two is the Dart-like programs. What we've said to employers is that you need to invest in these young people, bring them on board, and allow us to help you grow the early career, mid-career professionals. The other things that we're doing that actually ties in nicely to that is we have a number of employers who have started to support their own employees and their children to come to Northwood, and that provides them this ongoing supply of talent. The students benefit; they get work opportunities in the future. They go back to the employer, and that way, it's one more effort to address the talent challenges that they're all facing right now.
And also the relationships that you are continuing to build with companies like Lithia, okay,
Yeah.
who are now, it seems, offering their employees and their, I believe, members of their immediate family the opportunity to earn a Northwood education as well. I think that's important.
Well, Lithia, I mean, the largest auto company on the planet, the fact that we have over 80 of their employees now with us, it's been fantastic. We just did a lunch with our Lithia friends about an hour ago, and we'll continue to see more of that. And we open that up to all of the wonderful companies out there. But Lithia has been fantastic. Yeah. Yeah.
Incredible conversations, Ted, and so excited to see what's ahead for Northwood University in the years to come.
Yeah. Thank you.
Congratulations to you. And by the way, thank you for turning out these wonderful young people and people throughout the industry. It's a big testament to Northwood University.
Well, it's something that was established well before my arrival. These young people are incredible. And anybody that says, "Oh, I'm worried about young people today," I just say, come spend some time at Northwood. You'll be impressed, and your hope for the future will be renewed.
Everybody, Kent McDonald, the president of Northwood University, here with Sarah Ventine. We're here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Sarah and I are going to be right back.
Put your hands together for Pete Carasone of Vision AST, joined by Richard Lupo, bringing clarity, control, and fresh eyes on fixed ops.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we have the Vision AST panel. And Ted, a great assembly here with us today from Northwood University, Appletree Honda, and of course, Vision AST.
Yep. Sarah, you're so right. Very honored that Pete Carasone is with us from Vision AST, great friend of the Roundtable, and one of the Roundtable's finest retailers, Richard Lupo at Appletree Honda and Acura in Asheville, North Carolina, is with us. Welcome, Pete. Welcome, Richard. And from Northwood University, Marissa DePonio is with us. And first of all, congratulations, Marissa. I see graduation has just happened at Northwood, and so happy that many of our peers, including yourself, are now moving on to the next level.
Yes, thank you so much. So exciting.
Pete, you've got some exciting news for us as well. If you don't mind, share with the Fixed Ops Roundtable family some of the things you're working on and how Richard is involved as well.
Yeah. So if I go back about a year ago, almost exactly a year ago, we were contemplating what our next move was. Obviously, AI has come into every conversation you have, and how to apply it to the data we have. If you talk to anyone in the AI world, the dream is to have an agent that sits on top of a database. And of course, we have a robust database with all of our clients. So as we looked at how we could incorporate some of those kind of tools, we also looked at all of the nice to haves that came from our clients and prospects over the years and decided it was time to start from scratch, a complete rewrite of the platform that we now call the Novella Intelligence Suite. And we're right at the tail end of the rewrite and relaunch coming up in the next few weeks, and we're so excited about it. I truly feel that it is setting the new standard for what reporting and analytics looks like, not only in the automotive space, but power sports, specialty, marine, RV, and reporting in general. I think we're setting the new bar.
Congratulations, that's outstanding. How's Richard been helping you, and how's that going along?
He's been helping me a tremendous amount. You know, when we first did our Reynolds and Reynolds integration on the service fixed ops side of things, Richard was instrumental in helping us purify the data, helped me in some other project as well. So it was natural when we began the rewrite of our fixed ops platform on the new Novella platform that Rich is really in tune with what it takes to run a really solid ship, and his shop is just top notch. And of course, he offered to help, and he's been giving me the here's how I would do it, here's what I like to see, here's how I start my day. So we're accommodating and incorporating all of those kind of things. And he's there every single time I got a question, which is far too often, but he hasn't yelled at me or hung up on me yet.
My God. Richard, tell us how all this is working out.
Well, Pete's great to work with. Vision is a great platform, and it's a great tool. And with the Novella suite coming online and the Cassandra AI component, I really feel that it's going to keep the top of mind stuff top of mind. And so we've been working together to kind of structure the fixed ops side through lens that I look at it through, make it very relevant, very clean, and easy to understand, digest, not just for the fixed op people, but keep it relevant for the general manager, owners, executives to have that high overview look and keep it relevant for the people outside of fixed operations too.
Richard, I was going to ask you that. Is this something the dealer could look at as well and get a good idea of what's happening in fixed and know what to ask?
Yes, that's Pete and I talked about this pretty extensively, and it's a great tool. There are tons of great tools in our business, but they don't always tie together to keep it relevant. And so, in one of the instances we talk about is getting a wrap-up text message that goes out to your GM, your EM, people that are involved at the higher levels in the business. Just a quick wrap-up of, this is what the sales were today, this is what the profitability was today, how many cars we serviced, and then, the following morning at a certain time, this is how many appointments we're looking at today, this is what our prospects look at today, and just a high overview, quick text as a wrap up in the evening and an intro in the morning, and maybe some insights, a couple of insights as to what they may go poking around and asking questions about.
All right, Marissa, we know you've been doing the homework on this, so I know you got some stuff to ask, and obviously, you've met Pete and Richard before out at NADA earlier this year.
Yes, so good to see you both again. And Pete, you've previously talked about the importance of retaining customers, and that's something we talk a lot about here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable and in the automotive industry in general. And a question for the both of you, both Pete and Rich, is, how can better data and just understanding data in a deeper way, in a different way, benefit and improve retention for dealerships like you both just touched on, that it's not just for fixed operations, but for the dealership as a whole?
Yeah, I'll take a stab at that. It's really the better the history, the more you can accommodate a client, a customer, really be personalized with their experience with you in the past, their history overall, both in service and in sales, and to accommodate their needs and really understand what's important to them, the more likely they are to consider you their go-to dealer. And they feel like they're part of the family. And that all starts with a good set of data over the lifetime of their experience with your dealership.
Absolutely.
Richard, let's ask you same question, and why now? Why is this middle of 2026 such an important time in fixed operations as well?
Well, when you have the robust AI laying over that data set that you have, you can go in and see a customer that maybe has 80,000 miles on their car and it's been servicing with you regular. Um, but you may have never sold them tires, and obviously they've bought tires multiple times over the lifespan of that car. And that's an inference, an opportunity that can be, fleshed out by the AI, and it's a conversation topic that your advisor can have. Notice that we never have, you buy your air filters and your oil filters, and we put the brakes on the car and do all those things, but there, reason that we can't seem to come together with tires for you. So there are those opportunities that sitting over that data set that it can comb over it and flesh out those opportunities. So I think that that's one of the things on the ground level, the advisor to the customer level, that if you can put those insights in front of an advisor, is going to create more opportunities for incremental sales.
And Richard, why now? Why the focus on fixed ops now? Why is that so important?
Uh, we could do 10 panels on that, but uh, you know, the profitability in new cars obviously is not what it used to be, and fixed operations has always been here, and bringing that stability, retaining those customers for brand and dealer loyalty retention is key to when they're at the end of that life cycle, keeping them with the brand and with the dealer, huge to keep the brand and the dealer relevant going forward. And fixed operations is the route, the roadmap to keeping that customer retained. So in the very highest level, retaining and those customers is the first thing, and then it's a reliable profit center that's going to pay the bills and take care of all of the stuff, so that it makes it easier to make less profit when you sell that new car. So that's that. So the emphasis on fixed started probably 10, 12 years ago, and it's just increased over the years. And now the general manager that once told me that I wouldn't have a service department if it wasn't absolutely necessary. That's the only thing that GM thinks about every day when he wakes up is fixed ops now. So it's become full circle.
Such an exciting opportunity, Ted, for fixed operations. And Pete, just to summarize, because one of the things that Ted and I have had a lot of conversations across the industry about has been really, incentivizing behaviors, incentivizing and really creating ways that service advisors can better impact their customer experience. And I understand that Cassandra sits atop a dealer's data and can help with building custom reports, help with projections, and even individualized pay plans to drive behaviors and performance. I'd just love to hear a little bit more about the development of Cassandra and what inspired this.
Well, it was really the idea that, well, it started with, geez, we need to incorporate AI, right? And I really was struggling to find an application that wasn't just what everyone else is talking about, but a real practical use. So we started with some basic things behind the scenes on the variable app side. We have all these F&I products that need to be categorized, and it's very labor intensive on our side. So we built the first rendition of or iteration of Cassandra to help categorize all those products on the F&I side and create really clean, easy to read reports. And as we were doing that, we were obviously teaching her the business. So the next thing that came along was starting to ask her questions and make, for example, project for me what a 5% increase in effective labor rate will do in the next 6 months. And she started asking questions back, if you can believe it. And she would say, would you like me to create a pay plan that would help drive that behavior? And ask questions on the information she would need from us to really spit out a usable plan. And then she would go right down each service advisor, for example, and break out what each advisor would need to do and what that improvement meant for their particular role in the dealership to drive that overall desired result. And while you were doing all those things, she's learning, and we just teach her and we just talk to her. And what comes back is just a remarkable ability to not only generate custom reports. You don't need to go in the platform and see the reports that we've decided you're going to look at. You can tell her what kind of report you want and what you want the format to be. You can ask her how to project what a 10% lift does for the dealership as a whole over the next 12 months, and what areas within the variable and fixed operations need the most attention. So when we say a 10% lift, that might mean 20% in a certain area and just stay what you're doing in another area, and which individuals in the dealership need to focus. Then we moved on to, would you like me to put a pay plan together that would drive that behavior? And she does. And then you can do what if scenarios. Okay, what if we changed the cap on what we're willing to pay to this? Then how do we do it? Or as an example, some what ifs within the reality of the dealership that you're working in. And she puts it together. And as everyone probably knows at this point, that's a 30-second exercise where ask anyone in Rich's shoes, putting together a pay plan is probably right up there with a root canal in terms of things you like to do. And it's easy, it's comprehensive, and she'll even tell you some things that you might want to watch out for before you roll it out.
Marissa, this has to be an exciting time because I know at Northwood you're working with a lot of AI, and Northwood's all about practical application, how a lot of these things apply to the real world. And to hear Pete and Richard talking about how they can use some of this data and now create all these things, it's got to be very innovative.
100%. And just like you said, Ted, Northwood is all about, what's next, innovation, the future, and obviously automotive as well. So to hear these conversations and what we're hearing in the classroom and on campus is also what's happening in the industry. And you have to be ready to move forward to be able to participate in what's coming. And for the sake of that, and also just for, efficiency, just like you mentioned, to be able to do something in 30 seconds versus, what you would compare to a root canal, that could be so true. And there's so many situations where AI can become implemented in that, but to have your own data to truly understand so much more about your own business is an unbelievable opportunity. So very exciting. So cool.
And Richard, you're going to have a leg up on other fixed operations directors. Sarah and I spent some time with you. We visited you at Appletree a little while back, but you're using the latest and greatest that's going to apply to fixed operations with AI from Pete Carasone, Vision AST, and that's going to put you ahead of the pack.
Well, we are the little engine that could, I guess. We've got 3 rooftops here and got a lot of big boys in our backyard, and we have to consistently punch above our weight class. And so, one of the strategies to do that is to stay on the leading edge of technology and partner with people like Pete that are trying to push it forward. And we could stay on par and realize, identify the gaps and realize those opportunities, then it helps us, stay competitive with, some of the bigger groups and attract talent. That's the name of the game, is attracting talent. And, when they come here and they see that we are innovative just as much, if not more than some of those bigger groups, it not only attracts the vets, but also some of the crowd that is looking for, progressive leadership.
Pete,
Can't say enough about it.
Pete, it's so exciting to hear all of this innovation that Vision AST is really pioneering, and all of the new developments with the Novella reporting suite and Cassandra. For our dealer audience today that wants to learn more, maybe raise their hand to find out more information and get started, what's the best first step?
Well, we have a ton of information on our website, visionast.com. There's a lot of white papers and blog posts there. There's a teaser of what's coming with the Novella Intelligence Suite and all that you can expect. And from there, it's easy to contact us, and we'll hop on a call and go through specific needs or challenges that you're facing as a dealer, and how one or all of our tools may be able to help.
Pete, very excited for you and for the industry to be able to use this new technology.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
All right. On behalf of the Roundtable, I want to thank Richard Lupo, our great friend from Appletree Honda and Acura, for helping to pioneer this. Richard, thank you so much. As always, you're always on the cutting edge. Marissa DePonio at Northwood University, thank you. Tremendous insights. And Pete, boy, oh boy, here we go. All right, fixed
Here we go.
operations, AI, and data. You got it all. You got it all together, Pete. You got the whole package now. By the way, is it? We're in the middle of May. Is it ready today? Can I get it like tomorrow? When is it out?
It's ready to be demoed today. By the time we sign you up, it's ready to go. We're weeks away, and it's performing famously, and it's just a wonderful tool. Very proud of the whole team, proud of the development crew. It's buttoned up pretty tight, and we don't do anything until we're 100% confident it's ready. And we are 2-3 weeks away and ready to go.
All right, Sarah.
Exciting opportunities, Ted. And as always, Vision AST is really setting the cutting edge for our dealers that are looking to have a better solution.
For more information, everybody, you can reach out to visionast.com on the web. You see Pete's email scrolling. You see the 518 area code phone number as well. And Pete is super active on social media. Pete, thank you again for the industry, for all that you're doing for fixed operations.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Everybody, Vision AST here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
If your dealership is leaking profits and you don't know why, you need more than data. You need Vision AST. Vision AST is a single solution analytics platform engineered to uncover critical information from your DMS. Using real-time data to drive profit from every department is what we do. And with Vision AST, just log in on any device and your KPIs are right at your fingertips. You can't manage what you can't measure. Take control of your dealership's profits with Vision AST.
Recon doesn't slow down because teams aren't working hard. It slows down when execution breaks between steps. Repair 360 connects the entire reconditioning process into one workflow, from appraisal and inspection to vendors, approvals, and billing. See where vehicles stall, act on delays, track total recon spend per vehicle in real time. Built-in messaging keeps every conversation, photo, and decision tied directly to the repair order. And with direct dealer track integration, repair orders sync automatically, from vehicle receipt to completed right back. Fewer stalled vehicles, predictable timelines, protected gross. Repair 360, the execution system behind Recon.
Every step I take feels like destiny. Game on the lock, look at my legacy. The grind ain't free and it can't be bought. Grind ain't free and it can't be bought. Mind of a champion, I'm bringing every thought. I set the level, I set the tone. When the game's on the line, yeah, I'm standing alone. I set the level, I set the tone. When the game's on the line, yeah, I'm standing alone. They ain't never done it like this before. You know I'm the best, you can take that sword. They ain't never done it like this before. Set the bar high, then I raise that board.
Pop on your shades and get ready to take a ride with the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Welcome back to Fixed Ops Week.
Please welcome the rising stars of Fixed Ops Week, the technicians at the Rohrman Automotive Group.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Bantine here with Ted Ains. Today we are at Rohrman Automotive Group at Schaumburg Kia for their grand opening. and tense and important people are with us on this panel today.
Sarah, and I agree. I would argue the most important people are here. Nick Ruffalo, Fixed Operations Director, welcome, and tell us who we have with us today. Start with Phil, I guess.
Well, hey, Ted, thanks for joining us today. And today here at Schaumburg Kia, I have Phil Principato, my service manager. Been with us since 2020. And the crew from Schaumburg Kia, our technicians, man, the core of the shop. So go ahead and introduce them, Phil.
Thanks, Nick. I appreciate that. Yeah, so a lot of our team members here, obviously, we got Bobby, who's our shop foreman. I have Daniel, and we have Antonio, and we happen to have Ivan with us today.
Okay, so to kick things off, we want to talk a little bit about technician recruiting because you have an incredible team here at Schaumburg Kia, but retention across the industry has been a real battle. What's been working for you here at Schaumburg?
So some of the things that we happen to do to retain our team members is, just spending time with them on making sure we understand, some of the things that they're going through within their day-to-day situations or concerns of fixing automobiles, as well as what they kind of got going on at home, give them time to spend time with their family or things that are important to them and the reasons we kind of, enjoy coming into work and making sure that all that's kind of going good for them.
Well, and Phil, you have some incredible stories, with your techs here. Could you share a little bit more about, how they came about in the industry or introduce them and have them share their story with us?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Bobby's been the longest retaining employee of Schaumburg Kia. He's been a great asset of our team here. He happens to be our shop foreman, EB technician. I'll let him tell you a little bit about himself and some of the time he spent with the Schaumburg Kia location.
Well, before Bobby goes, let's not forget, his anniversary is going to be 18 years? 18 years coming this Monday. So employee retention is key and important to the Roman Automotive Group. So go ahead, Bobby.
Thank you. Bobby Krollman. Commitment is key. I've always been committed to life to everything I do. Teaching these guys every day, guiding these guys every day, assisting these guys every day, helping them every day. I want the best for them, and I'm willing to sacrifice to do whatever I can to help them achieve that.
And Bobby, there's a lot of conversations across the industry about, the technician skills becoming more critical than ever when it comes to the evolution of these vehicles. What types of training are you seeing and implementing for your team?
Oh,
so yes.
Well, I know we talked a little bit about the video MPI process that y'all have here and sort of the best practices you have with that.
Usually within about the first 15 minutes of us retrieving that car and getting in there, we want to do the inspection, get the video inspection done, get that submitted quick as possible, usually within the first 15 minutes. It helps us upsell quite a bit more.
And Ivan, you're one of the leaders in tech video and tech video performance. I'd love for you to speak a little on behalf of your fellow colleagues that are watching too and explain the importance of the tech video, what it means to you as a technician.
Well, I do agree also, first 15 minutes are pretty crucial. That's when you get the most out of your inspection what the car's here to do. And then also explain to the customer what the car needs within a reasonable amount of time. So no one wastes each other's time and customers okay with whatever recommendations are made. And we can move forward with the process.
And Ivan, do the customers like it? How do they feel about the videos?
I think it's very interactive. They see basically in real time what the car needs. And if they're around, if there's something that needs to be addressed, we'll go on and take them back to the shop and,
Yeah, on the front side, we hear a lot of positive feedback on the videos. The customers are very happy about that. It builds a lot of trust and value, in the expectations of getting it serviced here at Schaumburg Kia. Now the technicians are reviewing those MPIs and showing them their needs, showing them the positives, the things that are, green and not needing attention. So in the event that those things happen to your attention further down the road, obviously you can kind of build that loyalty and that trust within that stuff.
Oh, it's the level of transparency that we show case to the consumers when they drop the vehicle out for service. So if there is a question on what might be going on with their vehicle, it's there. They could share it to the next, maybe one of their friends or family members that's mechanically inclined is, hey, does this make sense? Do I need this now? We could see that they're sharing the videos and where they're going. But as far as the level of transparency goes, I think that's a massive takeaway. Plus customers want to know when stuff is good. Am I driving the car good? I would like to know as a consumer too. So it's kind of.
Well, Phil, and it's more important we're seeing the evolution too on the skills and their personal development and how and again, Bobby's been with the organization for 18 years. This is an incredible milestone. How are you developing technicians beyond just technical skills, what other pieces does a Roman Automotive Group have to really help develop them as a whole person?
So there's many things that the group happens to have that's really evolving and helping the team member, the technician, kind of fit into his position well with the group. Some of the things that we offer are going to be like our restore program. Those are things that are not involved really directly with their position at the location, but it definitely helps out just kind of keeping them at ease. There's a little bit of support that comes from that. It's all anonymous. Those are things that we don't happen to see a lot in some of the other dealers and dealer groups that happen to be. So it's nice to have that privilege to have that. There's a lot of trainings and stuff, like we'll invest in if they happen to get their ASC certifications and the whatnot, and they happen to pass in those, we'll cover those expenses for those team members if there's a need, to help out with that. We're happy to do that as much as we can.
Another aspect I notice in even recruiting technicians, I get involved with that a lot too with the managers, and just listening to the technicians or the people that you're interviewing, you tend to notice that a lot of them don't know what that career path looks like when they get into a dealership or an organization doesn't have one. So we do have a career path where we can set you up as first with a toolbox to get you set up with the basic tools, and then we set together a path on by X amount of time can we have your basic certifications done through, say, Kia manufacturer program, and then from there, then you could get into the instructor-like courses. So what I've noticed, and some of the techs that work even outside of Chamber Kia within the organization, they've left other organizations, outside independents, what have you, for knowing what that education or that career path looks like. I mean, we all know technicians have in this career, there's a big investment on their end, being into the trade. So knowing where they're going and what the timeline looks like, I think it helps out the technicians very well, especially, the younger guys that we have up here to start off.
Can we ask Antonio and Daniel about that? Tell us about being a tech here.
I recently just went to the school like a month ago, and it was really a great learning experience, and it puts me and it sets me up for into the work this company and to learn a lot more, for especially with the product itself. So I really enjoyed the whole experience here.
And it must be nice now to get to work in a new facility, okay? Yeah. I mean, brand new, right? I mean, how often do we get this opportunity, right?
Yeah, it's really nice, actually. I really appreciate the whole atmosphere, the whole work ethic, and the whole team. It's really nice.
Well, yeah, I agree with all the training process that they have. I started here at 19 years old. I'm 20 now, so I've been here for a little more than a year. And I have been to school various times, first obviously with online classes, and then you go to in-person classes. I really like the way that they have it set up, so that you can go to class whenever you want. If I wanted to enroll to a class, I just need my manager to sign off on it. And it's a good way to be able to learn exactly what you're doing in an actual school instead of just working on it by your hands.
And let me come back to any of the techs and the shop foreman, okay, whoever would like to, tell us a little bit about that culture here at Warman. And is that an important thing that techs look for, okay, and looking for a place to work?
Absolutely. I think that the more training you have under your belt, the more challenges are going to come your way, and the more money you're going to make. And here, everyone's got a certain set value that they could bring to the table, and a lot of the cars here get fixed pretty fast. Yeah, we'll say.
A lot of the times, Bobby and I will kind of review some of the team members that are joining us and kind of create a career path for them or what direction we'd like to be going. And the first things we tell them is we're not going to hold you back. We're going to give you as much as we possibly can. We're going to give you all the knowledge we have. And then it's kind of up to you to kind of run with that and take it as far as you can go with it. Where some people will kind of limit, in your position and kind of hold you back. And the guy like Antonio, who's progressing so well, is going to, jump to semi-skill and then to master tech very fast as long as he continues to involve himself in those directions. And we're going to commit, to our teammates.
And Bobby, for the younger techs, okay, to be able to come to somebody for the mentorship, okay, and the advice, because, I mean, no matter how long we've been in the business, we don't all know everything. We all need some help with something. But to have that person there is so important, I think.
I appreciate you guys asking me for their assistance. I do. Like I said, I do the best I can to guide these guys this the right way. Stay safe, so on and so forth. Give me the time. I'm going to give you everything I possibly can.
Anything else we need to know?
No, I think we did pretty good, Phil.
I appreciate it. I think everything went well with that.
All right. Well, Sarah, exciting stuff happening here at the Warmer Automotive.
It's such a pleasure to be here at Dorman Automotive Group and here at the grand opening for Schaumburg Kia. Ted, lots of exciting stuff coming up.
That's right. Sarah and I are here at Schaumburg Kia, Roman Automotive Group. We will be right back.
See.
Create the ultimate lane experience with the Affinitive Service Suite. And set your dealership apart with integrated solutions powered by data. Make your service bay more profitable with Affinitive Book. Offer scheduling anytime online in 3 minutes or less. Display vehicle service history, maintenance reminders, and dynamic offers through a unique customer portal search. Affinitive Book can help you see a 97% average service capacity utilization. Plus, enjoy flexible management options and increase shop throughput by defining service intervals. Enjoy mobile and desktop write-up with Affinitive Smart Lane. Welcome customers in the lane and provide seamless sign-and-go experiences. Perform quick vehicle walkarounds and capture potential repair opportunities via annotated photos and videos. Review factory maintenance plans and previously declined repairs to recommend services and obtain instant approval. Streamline processes with adaptive workflow technology that enables you to roll appointments into ROs. Increase efficiency and customer transparency with Affinitive MPI. Complete more MPIs and drive service recommendations with preset templates and custom workflows. Capture every repair. Send RO updates via the MPI app, SMS, and email. Plus, monitor statuses and filter by workflow events from the MPI ledger. Put visuals behind your service recommendations with Affinitive Tech Video. Explain inspections with up to 7 minutes of HD recording. Ensure clear audio by eliminating background noise. Or disable feature to capture specific vehicle noises. Attach to a customer's account with instant playback. Expedite approvals and increase CSI by sending the video to a customer's email. Expedite approvals and increase CSI by sending the video to a customer's email or phone via Affinitive messaging. The Affinitive Service Suite is designed for dealers centered on customers. Affinitive, elevating the dealership experience.
Pull up to the function with Pay Junction in our next segment.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Teddings. Today we have an incredible panel with us, Ted, and we're going to be talking about how to have better integrated payments.
We've got experts in the field here with us today. Sam Thompson is with us, payment technology strategist with Pay Junction. And we also want to welcome an industry-leading subject matter expert, Don Andres from Auto SCT Consulting and Training. Sam and Don, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Great to be back, Ted. Thanks for having us on, and we can talk about something that's new and exciting.
Well, Don, to kick things off, dealerships are thinking a lot about their business strategies right now. And I'm just curious, why should dealership leaders rethink specifically payments right now?
Yeah, right. It's always been an afterthought, hasn't it? It's just one of those things. We do everything right. Now we just collect the money. And that is something that has really become top of mind. Certainly 20 groups talk a lot about it. And we're starting to realize there's a real expense that's built into these payment structures. And so the end result is people are taking more focus with it ever today. Now, That's great on the surface, but for me, when I go into stores, when I engage, 75% of my time I'm talking with service advisors, is now they're suddenly introducing that right in the drive. We do like self-cashiering because the person that's been engaging the whole time with the customer is now going to collect the money at the end and make sure that that visit went well instead of sending them to the cashier line, right? So we love that part of it, but trying to incorporate these new strategies in with this idea of self-cashiering, it is adding more to the plate of that advisor. So this has been something that I've been in enough stores to see it in action, had conversations with writers, and there's been some mix back and forth on how that's progressing.
Yeah, and from the leadership perspective, I think it really boils down to two main reasons. So the first one, payment processing is really one of the few controllable expense categories left in the car business. And to be honest, many of the groups that we speak to are frankly just leaving money on the table. Second, there's this long-standing belief that they're locked into whatever payment solution comes bundled with the DMS. And that's just not the case anymore. So what we do is we give dealerships the freedom to choose a better integrated payment solution without overhauling their entire workflows for their service advisors. So what does that actually mean in practicality? It means that they're not changing their workflows or having to be retrained. So all of that comes off of the advisors. Second, dealership wide, there's not going to be a lengthy implementation cycle like as there would be with another software. All in all, this gives dealerships the control over their operations and the net profit. And this new technology makes payments a strategic financial and operational advantage, not just something that processes transactions.
Sam, if I could, let me follow up with you. You mentioned integrated payments. For our audience, what are integrated payments and why should dealers care?
That's a really good question. So to put very simply, integrated payments live inside of the DMS and automatically sync information between the two systems. What this means for advisors is less tabs, less manual entry between the two systems. We know advisors have many windows already open on their screen, and this is just one less tab. But it goes beyond speed at the point of sale. Because it's less typing, there's less human error on that data, and that reduces that back office cleanup at the end of the month when reconciliation rolls around. And I mean, on top of that, the integration actually makes it so there's less systems and less dashboards. It's just one system to look through at the end of the month when it comes time for reconciliation.
Yeah, I think, it's funny because that is one of the biggest fears that dealers have. They love the idea of being able to do self-cashiering, but they're so paranoid about the reconciliation part because the office staff has had to be worn out about trying to get that done after, yesterday's business. So it is great to see this integration finally happening. But you bring up a great point. I was in a store not that long ago, didn't have the integration, and here was the advisor having to load all this stuff into screens. And a great point, didn't even think about, is this idea of there's a chance of errors happening there as well, too. So, yeah, I think getting that figured out and making that seamless where everybody wins transitions to what I really want, and I want that level of engagement to go right from start to finish.
Don, to pivot a little bit, one topic that we've heard a lot about from dealerships is surcharging. It's been a hot topic for dealers looking to increase net profit right now. But what should dealers understand specifically about surcharging?
Well, first of all, it's a big number, right? The amount that just naturally ends up being an expense line. I talk about this often. We end up really having a good month in gross on the labor side and even the part side as well too. And then suddenly some of that gets depleted away in the expense side on a financial statement. And one of the big numbers that just jumps off that every time off the table is, in fact, these expenses for charging for credit card usage, right? And so, I think 20 groups are the one that said, hey, this thing's jumping off the page. And so on the surface, it seemed really simple to say, well, let's see if we can introduce this then to customers. Well, no, there's a lot of compliance issues with that. The customer needs to know. So almost overnight, as they had launched these, we found advisors having to now suddenly be compliance police. They started to have word tracks that allowed the customer this ability to understand there's going to be a charge involved with it. It's going to show up on your paperwork and your receipts. And oh my gosh, now it's that conversation at the end of a visit. So early on, the unintended consequences that came out of this nice initiative has been a little more challenging. It's been a little more challenging.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, Don. And I'll jump into that a second. But I think one thing I wanted to touch on first was just the competitive landscape of dealerships in general. So a lot of the stores that we talk to, they're hesitant about surcharging because they don't want to be the first in the area to start this program. And that's really interesting when you start looking at some of the numbers. So we ran a survey in 2024, and it looked like around a quarter of dealerships were surcharging. In 2025, the following year, after aggregating some data, that number looks to rise to about 36%. And even more interesting, at 2026 at NADA, it seemed like the majority of dealerships that we were speaking to were either already surcharging or very, very interested in surcharging. So the second thing from like a net profit perspective is that it's entirely dependent on staying compliant when it comes to state laws and card branding rules. Generally speaking, those rules include credit-only application, a maximum of 3% or the cost of acceptance, equal percentage across the card brands like Visa, MasterCard, Discover, American Express, required signage at the point of sale and at the entry and compliant receipts. And there are even bigger nuances like between the states, with some not allowing surcharging entirely. And maintaining compliance could be an entirely different webinar, so I don't want to get too far down that rabbit hole. But with all of that being said, automation and automating those compliance tasks is essential for mitigating the risk and ultimately protecting and increasing that net profit. You know, I've spoken to a couple dealerships that have implemented our smart surcharge, and they came back to us with no customer complaints and no reported impact on CSI scores. And what we largely attribute this to is automation of those key compliance tasks, because we found that the root cause of the dissatisfaction within customers is a result of that human error, right? So to speak on the self-cashiering aspect of it, our customer-facing terminals will sit either right on the desk or within the advisor's hand, and those display the credit price with the surcharge or the debit price without. So the customers know that they have the freedom to use whatever payment method works better for them. If they want to collect the points with a credit card and a surcharge, so be it. And if they want to just avoid that entirely and pay with a debit card, they have that control. And the other built-in safeguards we have include debit exclusion, the receipts that Don talked about, signage at the terminals, and the customer right to cancel functionality. I think this is missed a lot of times because some of these terminals will sit in the back office or behind the desk, and the customers can't really see what's going on, and they additionally don't have the right to cancel that transaction, which is a compliance requirement. But with all of that being said, the CSI protection, increasing your net profit via surcharging, they all play a role in it, and it's not mutually exclusive.
Yep. And Sam, that word compliance, you've mentioned it several times, is a huge factor. And I think the dealer really needs a specialist who can help them and guide them in this area, who knows the ins and outs. Sam, what kind of savings are realistic with the surcharge?
That's a great question, Ted. So every dealership is going to be different. Like we mentioned earlier, this is payment processing fees are a result of how much revenue you're bringing in. To give a quick example, we were chatting with a dealership at the show who were spending nearly $40,000 in 1 month on processing fees. That's a lot of money. After they implemented Smart Surcharge, their monthly net cost dropped to about $6,000. That's offsetting almost 70% of their credit card processing fees and 85% of their total bill.
Wow.
And to pair that with the financial savings, right?
Yeah.
The operational gains are huge. The implementation required caused very minimal disruption. I was talking to the controller, and she mentioned she had some fears going into it. She was worried that this whole thing was going to take over a week to set up. And when the system is that easy and it takes the pressure off of the advisors, she felt fully comfortable with the system in less than 2 hours. And when you pair, again, those operational savings with the financial savings, you're left with a significant improvement to the bottom line, which only compounds for multi-store operators.
And Don, I think from your experience and certainly mine and Sarah's and Sam's, a lot of customers pay for those service bills they use a credit card for that. So that is not out of the ordinary, the numbers that Sam is talking to us about.
You're absolutely right. First of all, we are seeing it more today than we ever have, right? Depending on where you live, what state, you're going to see this paying by credit being a surcharge. It just naturally is happening, whether it's restaurants and things of that nature. Medical industry is a big industry for that. But what's interesting is we're still talking about people, and whether it's a cashier that has been with them for 20 years and she's got this client base that loves to see her or him, or whether it's the advisors, it's the inconsistency that really is always the fear that we see with dealers. It's always the inconsistency. What is that individual going to do? How are they defending this surcharge with this client base, and is it going to affect CSI? Well, it turns out this particular product, the one that surprised me when I decided to spend some time at NADA and just I looked at all of them, but I was looking at this one and I went, wait a minute, you removed a lot of that. You put that onus right on the client in that moment where they can make that decision. Do I want to pay with a debit card? Do I want to pay with a credit card? Do I want to pay another way in that moment? And that was pretty powerful and pretty consistent. And so CSI, this idea of, oh my goodness, suddenly is starting to finally soften and realize it's not going to affect that. They make the choice in that moment. And so you still keep that great relationship going. And now you've saved some money.
We're here with Don Andres and Sam Thompson and talking about the solutions that PayJunction assists dealers with to have better integrated payments. Sam, for our audience that is curious to learn more and find out what solutions may be available for their dealerships in their market and their state, what's the best first step to get started?
Yeah, you can reach out to any one of us on LinkedIn, or of course, reach out via our website at payjunction.com. And we'll have somebody from our team reach out shortly.
Great information, gentlemen. Thank you. Wonderful job. Don Andres, Sam Thompson, PayJunction. PayJunction can be reached, everybody. You could see there, as Sam said, on the web, payjunction.com. Also, reach out to either of these gentlemen on LinkedIn. What a very timely topic, Don. So thank you for sharing this and the wisdom from retail as well. So great stuff. All right, everybody. PayJunction here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
At PayJunction, we believe you deserve the freedom to choose a better integrated payment processor, one that works seamlessly with your browser-based dealer management system, gives you access to smart surcharge, and simplifies reconciliation, so your team spends less time managing payments and more time selling and servicing vehicles. Meet PayJunction Smart Surcharge, an integrated, compliant surcharging solution built to help protect CSI scores without friction at the point of sale. For dealerships, that can mean savings of up to $130,000 annually per rooftop. With PayJunction, there's simple, effortless control. No separate portals, no extra logins, just powerful tools like text to pay, cards on file, and smart surcharge, all in one place. Plus, customized reporting that gives you clarity, not complexity. Payments shouldn't just work, they should come with a partner you can trust. We provide live US-based customer support, which can be reached in 60 seconds or less on average, free PCI tools, and have no exit fees or long-term contracts. Trusted by dealers who value transparency, flexibility, and control. PayJunction, payment solutions designed for dealerships.
Luck isn't random, it's engineered. Let's learn more about DICE from Jupiter Warranty in our next segment.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Fixed Ops is the place to be. There's so much happening in our industry. Tyler Nathan is a big part of our events at Jupiter Warranty. He's with us now. Tyler, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks, Ted. Yeah, it's good to be back.
Good to see you. In fact, we met a few months back at Las Vegas at the NADA, and we caught up. And you've been hard at work with your team, working with dealers, processing warranty for them, and you've also elevated the game in the industry. I don't know how much of that you want to give away, but this Dice platform that you have rolled out has really been remarkable. And I want to congratulate you on that because it's made everybody more efficient on both sides of the plate. I don't know if you want to speak to some of that today, but again, I thought that congratulations would be in order.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's been incredible, Ted. It's streamlined warranty administration. It's made things so much better. Communication is so easy, and it's the best part is it really helps management manage their people better, so that the quality of the tickets improves from the very beginning. So a lot of times, the warranty, if you will, is the caboose on the train. The administration portion of it anyway. And so sometimes if the train jumps the track anywhere in any of the cars up front, the caboose goes into the ditch right along with everything else. And so what we do is we really partner with our dealers. We come out and meet with them. We do training on site. We even talk to the technicians and the advisors on making sure that they're creating quality claims, and then we help them through this new, especially Dice has made it so much easier because it really helps them manage their people better and produce much better repair orders. And then and that communication really helps their team, like I said, continue to improve. So
What I like about it, from what I've seen, from what you showed me, and I believe you're going to show us a little bit more now, it puts great visibility on the process from the dealership point of view, so they know where they're at. So I like that, and again, helps efficiency. So with that, I'm going to let you go ahead and tell us more about Dice, because this is a very exciting place to be right now.
yeah, absolutely. So well, we used to communicate largely through emails, and of course with emails, they can be sitting in somebody's box, and it makes it a little tougher for management to just see what's going on immediately. And so what Dice has done is it's really brought anything right to the top of the list. And so one of the things to understand is, what does Dice mean? So it stands for Dealer Interactive Claim Exceptions. Okay, the key word there is exceptions. So that means that the majority of your ROs never even go into Dice. We just go right into the DMS. It doesn't matter if it's Reynolds, CDK, Techion, PBS, all of them basically. And so we log right into these systems. We put the labor operations in, we close them, we submit them, and they just get paid. It's wonderful. But when there is an issue with the ticket, let's say it needs something, maybe we need a sublet bill, maybe we need some additional 3Cs, some comments from the technician, or maybe parts didn't get charged out properly or something like that. Well, like I said before, we would have to reach out and either make a phone call or send an email. Now we can put things into Dice, and it keeps it so organized so well. Like here in this dashboard view, you can see all the items for this dealership that are outstanding. And the dealer can simply just go in there and they can sort by any of those column headers. Very simple, and view details, send us documents. And the best part is, let's say you're a fixed ops director and you have multiple stores that are with us. By the way, Ted, our number one growth has not only been referrals, but if you break referrals down into segments, it's group growth. So in other words, a group comes along and puts us in a store or two, and they love the program so much it starts spreading through the group.
Wow.
And that's the best referral of all, because sometimes somebody might refer something that they're just to somebody that what skin do they have in the game, but when they're referring it within their own group, they have all the skin in the game, and they continue to promote and grow. And that's we continue to grow with some of the best and largest groups in the industry. What we do, so again, what we're able to do is communicate very clearly through here. And so a fixed ops director who has multiple stores can log into any one of his stores and see how they're doing. Yeah, this is pretty much the dashboard. So let's go to the next screen.
Tyler, I got a question. What about when one of these groups adds a new store? Groups are always buying new stores. Do they wait to bring you in, or is a lot of that done early at the outset?
Early, yeah. If they know they're, it depends on the group, of course. Many times they'll bring us in right as they're closing on it, so they'll let us know ahead of time, and they'll say, "Hey, we're purchasing this store."
Wow.
We always, with us, you always get a skilled warranty administrator, and with skilled labor, there's always limits. So if we're already running, tons of overtime in a particular OEM, that's why it's always important to reach out to us early so that we can make sure that we've got the folks. And so, that's why it's better not to tell us, "Hey, we're closing, next week." It's usually better to give us about a month notice. Then we can make sure that we have the staff available to handle that new account that's coming in.
That's great.
Organized for it. So yeah, this is just showing how we also the system brings to your attention any aged balances. So you can see at a glance on the screen there that there's some of those areas are highlighted in red. Those are ROs that are aged, and so the system is tracking that. It's being very smart, and anything that we need to bring to your attention is going to pop right up.
Very nice.
This screen here is just basically talking a little bit about the history that's in there. What's great about this is sometimes, let's say that you do have us working directly with an advisor, and maybe their knowledge isn't where it needs to be, and so management pops in and they're saying, "Okay, this ticket's a week old or something. Why is it taking so long?" And they can see all the history, all the times that requests have been made, and any responses that have been given, and so it really kind of helps them do that. And also on the right side, in the option number 2 there, it's showing that it's easy to scan documents to us. So some of the new DMSs, we like to have them scan right into the DMS. Some of them are capable of doing that on the fly, and that's what they'll do. But in this case, if you do need to scan us a document or something, or if we're asking for a document, you can scan it right through Dice.
And documentation is a very, very, very big factor. And, here it's very clear. This is a great looking screen. And again, it gives the dealer and dealer management a real good overview of where they're at.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like it. Very nice.
Here, what we're showing in this screen is that we help you with accounting too. One of the things that's included in our program is that we're going to reconcile any differences. So if we've closed the ticket for $500 and it pays for $480, that means it's $20 off. Okay. Well, what's great in our own system is that we don't have the warranty admin looking into that. We have checks and balances built right in. So we have a warranty administrator, then we have a person who posts the payments. Now, when they post it, they're going to let the difference remain there at that time. So that $20 is going to sit on the schedule. And then we have somebody else do the reconciliation. Very important. So there's accountability in our own program. That also helps us know how our admins are doing as we're submitting those claims. And it takes a burden off of our admins so that they can do more claims. So it makes them more efficient. And the more claims they're able to do, the more those unusual claims become more knowledgeable to them. So there's knowledge with quantity. And what happens is, let's say that so now that $20 is being investigated by the reconciliation person. What they're going to do is simply simply dig into it and say, okay, is this parts? Is it labor? Is it miscellaneous? Is it tax? And then if they've determined that an adjustment should be made, but the dealership has given us a cap, let's say,
Okay.
maybe they've said, okay, you guys can make decisions up to $20 or $15, let's say, but anything over, we want you to ask for approval. Well, that's where DICE comes in. So we put it in DICE, and then what you're seeing there is things that managers would approve. So either your parts manager or your service manager would go in and look at it and say, okay, I see why it's off $20. It was, and they approve it. Then we're going to put it on a JV, a journal voucher. And then we can give that JV to your team, the dealership's team, to make the adjustment, or we can give it to our posting person and the dealer's team. And then the dealer's team sees everything, every adjustment we're going to make, but our posting person would go in and clear those balances. And so most dealerships allow us to do that because we have such good, tight controls, and all of our adjustments are provided to them separately. And so it's just a great way. It frees up. So not only do we free up the warranty administration person, but we also free up the office.
Very nice. This shows the workflow, and I have never seen it like this before. So real nice job in presenting this.
Yeah. And this is a great tool here. What we're showing here is how to create a DICE ticket if you're the dealer. So you might say, well, why would we create one? Well, you would create one as you get used to what we're asking for and what we need. You can be proactive. So let's say there's a service advisor and he knows we're going to need the sublet bill, and maybe his DMS doesn't allow him just to attach the sublet bill to the DMS. And so what he'll do is he can create a DICE ticket very easily, and then he can send it to himself basically, and then scan it in there. So just shows how to create one, and of course that'll create history. And,
wow. And you've got this all on the platform. Good looking stuff.
Yeah, and then this is a neat thing. So before we had DICE, we had a great system of providing that we continue to do this. We continue to go through the warranty schedule periodically, looking for age balances. So most of the time, weekly, we're dealing with a statement. What that means is that we've got the payments in our hand, and we're going to the schedule to reconcile those payments. But we're not necessarily questioning every balance on the schedule. Periodically, we are going to do that. Now, when we do it, we're going to look for aged balances. So if we see something now that's 30 days old or older that hasn't got resolved, I mean, maybe the dealer accidentally closed it and never even told us about the claim, and now we're finding it. So we're going to put it into DICE, and what we used to do is we would put it on a report. Well, the problem with a report is it's static. And 2 seconds later, if the service manager responds and gives us what we need to process the claim, it's still on that report until the next time we do a report. With DICE, it's interactive. It immediately reacts, and the service manager can take it off his list of things to do, or the advisors can, and then and we continue to drive on and get the claims paid. So what we do now is we just basically put those things into DICE, and we send upper management this email with a link. They can just click the link, and it logs them right into our system. And by the way, one of the things, I know everybody's tired of new logins and passwords and especially multi-factor authentication.
Yes, I'm hearing that.
Our system uses Windows Access, and so as long as you're logged into Windows on your browser, it's going to let you right in, and it knows who you are. It tracks it very carefully, so it's still very secure, but it doesn't have an additional multi-factor authentication and so forth that you have to use. So it's super simple. So that when upper management gets this periodically, they click that link, they go right in, and they can review anything that might have been put on there, just in case they want to get involved with something that might be aging from their warranty schedule.
Tyler, very nice, very impressive, the new DICE platform. I have a question. I've always wondered, from the dealer's point of view, or whether it's a one rooftop or a multiple rooftop, once they deploy Jupiter Warranty Management, do they need anybody on the inside at the dealership in some form of a role to interact with you? How does that work? And I've always wondered that.
Yeah, so Ted, I appreciate that a lot. This is one of the things that a lot of dealerships struggle with when they hire an outside company. They'll bring the company in, And then because, again, the company is the caboose on the train, right?
Sure.
So, and many things can go wrong before the caboose ever gets across that track. And so what happens a lot of times is then all of a sudden all that falls on the manager, and the manager can spend hours a day supporting the warranty administrator. And so some of the dealerships get frustrated, or the warranty administration company, and they get frustrated and they go, so then they want to throw the baby out with the bathwater and they want to return to processing claims in-house. That can happen. And so that's one of the reasons why we come out and really help the dealership install it properly and set it up and manage their people properly. If it's done properly, then your team, the quality of your ROs get better from the ground up, and it frees management up so that they can oversee the interactions that their people are having with us through DICE and also and on their claims and their schedule. And so, yeah, you can have a very, very large dealership that has nobody inside working directly with us other than the advisors and the management. But if it's set up incorrectly, where the manager's bogged down with it, then sometimes a person would, a company might have a liaison. I really don't recommend that, because what happens generally is the quality of the tickets continues to suffer, because the attitude with the technicians and the advisors are, well, that warranty issue is somebody else's responsibility, and so they don't have as much of a stake in it as when we're working with them directly. So yeah.
And by the way, I can speak to that because Tyler has filmed many Fixed Ops Roundtable segments where he was not in the office, he was at the dealership, and he was in training and working with the staff. So I can vouch that, yes, I know they go out to the store and they do this training. So very good.
Very good. Yep. Yeah, we do. Yeah. Matter of fact, I was just at one yesterday.
I got to tell you, a lot happening in the industry. Warranty continues to be a huge chunk of the dealership's revenue. You really need a trusted partner. Jupiter Warranty Management does an incredible job for the industry. Tyler, organically throughout the roundtable, so many segments, people bring it up positively, say, we've been working with Jupiter for years, okay? And, as you've told me, if they are a group and they add more stores, they seem to bring Jupiter right in. So impressive what you're doing for the industry. And also, this DICE platform is pretty remarkable in that you help create time savings and efficiency and help the dealer with visibility and know where they're at. So great job.
It's really streamlined it. It's made it a great improvement.
For our audience who wants to learn more, you could reach out to Tyler Nathan at Jupiter Warranty Management. You can see the URL down below, warrantymanage.com. There's a 561 area code number scrolling across the bottom of the screen. You can reach out to them there. Tyler Nathan is very, very involved and does a great job for the industry, and clearly head and shoulders above some other choices that are out there. So congratulations to you, my friend, and keep up the great work at Jupiter. And I can't wait to hear more as we get through the year, because everything continues to evolve and get better and better. So great work.
Great team we have. So
all right, everybody, Tyler Nathan with Jupiter Warranty here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
For most dealerships, warranty administration is one of the least satisfying segments of their business. It is difficult to staff, claims expire quickly, losses are common, and there is an even greater risk of audit liability than with the IRS. Luckily, TBF Jupiter Warranty Management is here to help you improve claim quality, accelerate cash flow, increase revenue, reduce audit liability, and simplify operations with seamless integration. Much like the IRS, each manufacturer has created its own complex system for warranty administration. TBF Jupiter Management starts by requesting volume information from the dealer. This is so we can ensure that you will receive an OEM-specific warranty administration expert. Next, a consultant will visit your dealership to conduct on-site documentation training with your entire service team. Once administration begins, our assigned admins log directly into your DMS system to work on open but completed warranty repair orders. When the RO pays on the next statement, our posting team posts the revenue directly into the dealer's accounting, leaving differences on the schedule for review. And you will never have to ask us about an age discrepancy because our statements team reviews your warranty schedule each month and creates a status report of all aged balances. These overlapping teams make our service the best in the industry. Our dealers have a personal relationship with their assigned admins, and those admins get support from our entire team. That support allows our admins to process more claims than other systems and improve their efficiency. Since we collect more, improve claim quality, and cost less, the real question is, why would you do anything else? To learn more and receive a personalized quote, please visit our website and complete the online contact form at warrantymanaged.com.
Please welcome Podium with Misty Tippett.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we have Misty Tippett from Podium with us. And Ted, a lot of innovations that Podium is bringing to the marketplace.
Podium has a great name in the marketplace. You're so right, Sarah. Misty, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you. Super happy to be here.
Yeah, what a great time to be in our industry, and especially in fixed operations. So we thought we would ask you some questions today, Sarah and I, and if it's okay, I'll go first. Misty, dealers know they should be following up on declined services. We've known that for years, and re-engaging existing customers. The fortune is in the follow-up, as they say. So why does that work keep falling through the cracks, even at some of the best stores?
Absolutely. Well, I think declined services, there's so many other aspects of customer engagement and re-engagement that unfortunately falls through the cracks. I think the biggest thing is capacity. You often have service advisors, service managers who are also answering the phones, are, managing all of that end-to-end customer communication. And so one, they don't have the time nor the capacity to bring in that net new business, but they also might not want to because they are so busy. They might not feel that motivation. Like if their days are fully packed already, they don't feel the need to kind of have that outreach because they're already busy, every day. And so I think every dealer that we talk to knows and sees the possibilities of reaching out for declined services or that proactive or reactive marketing outreach, but just hasn't had the time or capability and the team infrastructure. And so you have so many great employees on this team. And so we always say technology can really be that elevator and to, really bring those great team members out of what are their moats or the things that are bogging them down every day so that they don't have to worry about those things and can worry about, the meaningful face-to-face interactions or finding other time to bring in other opportunities.
Well, and Misty, there was a recent conversation that we had about a dealer going from a 6-person service BDC to a 2-person team, plus the AI handling at the same volume. So what does that transition actually look like on the ground, and what changes day one?
Totally. I think, turnover is such a problem in dealerships, both on variable and fixed ops. And so we were talking in a very similar situation to a dealer who had major turnover in their dealership. And we're able to backfill some of that, a good chunk of that team with AI. And so I think a big part of that conversation at AI, day one, like that can be really scary, right? If you're hearing that, you're somebody working on the fixed op side is like, so you're saying AI is going to take my job. AI is going to lower this team. No, I think that the solution is that AI can elevate and get people into different positions. Podium started on the sales side. We saw the same thing over there where you had BDC teams actually then getting to get onto the sales floor or getting to move up into different parts of the organization. And what's interesting about on the fixed ops side is oftentimes, like we were talking about before, you have people that are kind of straddling multiple different roles, whether that's a service advisor who's actually, managing, whether that service department doesn't have a BDC or doesn't have a sales team reaching out, all of those different things. So it's like figuring out where those moats are or where those problems are and where technology can come in and elevate those different things. And so I think it's like setting that standard day one of like what this is going to do for our business and how this is going to make their lives easier. I was talking to a dealer a little while ago that he was like, people are very hesitant. I have a lot of, folks that have been around in the industry for a long time, and I don't think I can get my team to buy in. And I think the number one question you should ask them is like, what's one manual task you have to do every day that you hate, that you dread doing every day, that is like, but it takes up a bunch of time, and talk about whether that's a tool like Podium or something else, how AI can come in and take that off of their plate. And that's immediately where, especially, you can get that buy-in of, wait, I don't have to do that thing anymore. I can focus on this other thing that I actually feel like is extremely more impactful. And then you need to have conversations with yourself and your team operationally of, does that mean comp and commission structures need to change? If you are compensating people on appointments being scheduled, and then you shift to AI scheduling 90% of your appointments, you need to make sure you're updating your team structure to ensure that that doesn't actually impact them, because AI is going to fail if you don't have that buy-in from your team. And so that, I think, like, those are the kind of conversations you absolutely need to be having on day one.
Misty, you mentioned time. It's at an all-time premium. When AI is handling 18 plus hours of inbound calls in a given day, what are the human service advisors doing with that freed up time? And better yet, what should they be doing with it?
Totally. Well, what I think, we talked about decline services a little bit. I think really where the big opportunity for AI is to continuously engage the customers that you do already have in your CRM or coming into your dealership, where you can then find, and other time for employees is to find new customers and be doing that proactive outreach and finding those net new customers that are coming in. We have a bunch of people in the industry that talk about whether that's social media, and posting on social media and doing things there. Or, we have great people like Russ Flips Whips, who's going out and doing trainings and showing what that can look like. So I think there's different opportunities there. Or is it that you're providing a better customer experience because your service advisor does not feel as stressed and as stretched every day, so they can have the kind of conversations that they need to have, not be operating at 100% at all time, but maybe like 80%. So then that 20% allows them to take a breath, have better conversations, smile a little bit more maybe when talking to a customer, because they're not feeling as stressed in the day-to-day.
Such great insight, Misty. And, I want to also touch on a subject that there is some concern in the industry. And the fear is very prevalent that AI is taking our jobs. And that can be really real on dealership floors. How do you recommend a GM or a service director actually have that conversation with their team?
I think it is making sure you're communicating the why. The biggest opportunity for AI is to find where you are, because every dealership is missing revenue somewhere. That's leaking somewhere, whether that's not through follow-up, whether that's not through proactive research or proactive reach out. And so I think explaining the why of like, here are the points that like we are not growing as a dealership and not seeing the growth that we need to. The market has very much changed on the variable side. And so especially on the fixed ops side, it's incredibly important for us to be taking advantage of every customer we already have, ensuring that they're continuing to come into the service lane. And so one, setting that expectation and understanding the why. And I think another big piece of it is the stuff I talked about a little bit earlier, is making sure you're not just bringing in a tool and not updating any of your operational systems and processes that exist right now, whether that's compensation, org structure, those things. Like, you should figure out, and you should be working with a partner also that is like willing to help you and have these conversations, because, Podium, we're dealing with hundreds, if not thousands of dealers all of the time who are dealing with this exact same issue. So we have a ton of perspective that we can work and share with you all in terms of what best next steps are when you're bringing something like AI into your service department. And so I think it's really important to also making sure that, so people feel comfortable about the tool that they're using, they feel comfortable about the tool that you have chosen to be using, and that the team that you're working with, and that they're participating and being able to share like what best standards, because we're still figuring out what industry standards look like for AI on both variable and fixed ops. And so somebody like a technology partner who's doing this every single day should really be leaning in with you and provide, guidance of what that looks like, and working with not just the key decision maker who decided to bring in that technology, but every employee that's going to have to be working within that technology every single day to ensure that they're comfortable with it.
Misty, it's been said that general managers who reframe AI as a new team member see dramatically better results. What specifically do they say to their people, and when do they say it?
I think, I think it's that first day conversation, just like when you've hired a new employee that you're bringing into your dealership, you need to introduce them to the team. You would never hire somebody and not have a moment to make sure that the team knows that you've hired somebody new. That's the same thing for your AI tool. Too often we see dealers or whoever was the decision maker to purchase that product has purchased it, is excited about it, but has done no communications internally about this decision. And so it very much is like hiring an employee, that you need to make sure that you are communicating externally to the other folks that are on your team, but then also how you're training that employee and making sure you're spending the time working with not only the team of how they work within that tool and technology, but how AI works within your dealership. I think we have far moved past the time of AI is, this bolt-on solution that can come in and you just turn it on and it does what you need it to do. The technology has come so far that it is really incredible in terms of what it's able to do, that if you're not taking the time to train it and to customize it to your playbooks, policies, procedures, just like you would an employee, that tool is not going to be successful.
Well, Misty, one of the things that we've heard often, the gap isn't knowledge, it's execution. And, truly, sometimes that is the area in the dealership where we see a lot of breakdown when it comes to implementing new processes, new technology and strategy. Why do you think the industry has spent so long focused on training and information when the real problem is follow through?
I think because, unfortunately, vendors and Podium, is within that bucket as well, has continually sold to dealers just one more tool, and it's going to solve all of these different problems. And so it doesn't actually solve those problems. And so people are also looking elsewhere of like, how do I train my team? And everything's really fractured. And we've spent a ton of time on training our team to do all of these things, but not training our team to use technology to help us do these things. And so really at Podium, our goal is to be that last purchase that is your final stop in terms of a great technology partner and a great technology that can come in and take all of the great trainings that your team has and all the things they know they need to do, but just like do not have the capacity or bandwidth or the buy-in to be doing it right now. And to take that off of their plate a little bit and to take all of those things that we know and to execute them. And I think too long it has been, unfortunately, it's been either a staffing issue or a process issue. And so it felt like the easy solution was we just need to train, we just need to upskill and get our employees to be better. And really, your employees are incredible, but they're, overstretched. And so where you can find technology to bring out those stars that are really, providing a great customer experience, doing that outreach, but just at a limited capacity, and you can bring in technology, we fully believe that is always going to elevate your best people to doing a better job every single day, because they're not focused on those things that they're getting bogged down in every time. So we're in a situation right now where the solution is actually, is actually technology to take those things off of folks' plate, and to really find time to then allow the other face-to-face people interactions for your employees to focus on.
Misty, what does consistent execution actually mean in practice, and how does AI um, enforce a process that humans keep skipping when they get busy?
I think a big part is so many dealerships, right, have very either, have these processes or these solutions to how they do everything. But because we have had this problem in our industry where we keep bringing in new technology and then we get rid of it because it doesn't do what we want to do, and we bring in something else, we don't ever actually add in technology to that process, because there's so much churn and we're not actually working with partners. It's all fragmented. Not anything is actually talking to one each other. You have your DMS and your CRM and your scheduler, and where is it all going? And then you're paying for all these different leads. And so I think really the opportunity is to have that all consolidated into one place, to have technology, and when you're purchasing new technology, be at the forefront and ensuring that it integrates in your people, process, and tools. And that will really be the elevator to ensure that every single thing you do has a 10 times multiplier effect, because it is connected and talking to one another, whether that's your technology or your people. And so I just really think that when you buy a new product and you're investing in a new product, you need to make sure you're investing in a partnership, which I think is like a shift in the industry we really need to have. This is not something that we're signing up for a month-to-month contract. This is something that we are investing in because we see a 6, 12-month path, 18-month path to this really increasing and bettering our team. And so we are, as the dealership, are going to invest the time to making our processes align with this technology, because that technology partner is going to invest the time in as well to make sure that we're onboarded in a good way and set up for success.
Misty, lots of incredible information that you've shared with our dealer audience today. And just to get started, a lot of these pieces our dealers are probably wondering, okay, what does this look like, for my store? What does this look like in my culture and my ecosystem, and how I interact with my customers? What's the best first step to finding out more about Podium and learning about your solutions?
Absolutely. Well, I mean, the first thing is like getting on a call with somebody, or, getting in the field. We attend great events like this. We attend a ton of different shows. So if you're somewhere and you see a Podium booth, like, I would highly encourage you to stop by and have a conversation. I truly do believe this, and I'm sure everybody says that. We have the best team by far, not just like marketing, sales, but product and onboarding. Our product team I think it's very rare to see product teams in a dealership as frequent as our product team is. Sitting behind the counter, sitting next to a service advisor, and truly seeing their day to day so that we can adapt our technology and truly know what the use cases are. We actually have a metric that we use here at Podium as we're really scaling up our service AI and our voice AI solution on the fixed ops side. Is we want everybody, how we track success of our product is we do send out a survey, after somebody's on board in a little while. And our only acceptable answer to the question is like, how you would feel if this product was no longer available to you is extremely disappointed, which is like, I think really different than other, products or partners out there. Is like, we want people to have full buy-in and be really, really upset if this is not something that they could use every single day, because it is functionally making their lives and jobs easier. And then I would just say, obviously, like, connecting on LinkedIn and reaching out, and just would love to have a conversation with y'all.
All right. Podium, everybody. One of the great names in our industry, Misty Tippett, is the Senior Automotive Marketing Lead. You can reach Podium on the web at podium.com. Misty's email is scrolling across the bottom of the ticker. Misty, as always, thank you for these insights. It's amazing to see how the industry landscape is evolving. And Sarah and I look forward to having you back because it seems every few months there's big changes and AI continues to make great strides, and Podium certainly leading the way.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Everybody, Misty Tippett from Podium, podium.com, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
We launched Jerry 1.0 in the beginning of 2024, and the number one impact that Jerry has had on dealerships over the last 2 years is driving more revenue. What we learned is what makes a great AI employee for a dealership is the same exact things that make a great human employee. They're great at their job, they know it inside and out, they know your business, they know the playbooks, they follow them, and they're coachable. Every business is different, every business has unique needs, and transparency is the number one thing that every single one of our customers wants in their AI employee. The result of everything we learned has allowed us to build capabilities and coachability into our AI employees that doesn't exist in the market and nobody else is working on. And I cannot wait to show you what we built.
Introducing Jerry 2.0. Jerry now goes beyond sales, handling any scenario, from service scheduling, trade-ins, financing, to leads from any source. Jerry now has unlimited playbooks, fully under your control. If a customer starts with an instant cash offer, pivots to a trade-in, then wants to schedule a test drive, Jerry switches playbooks automatically, handling each one like your best BDC rep. And you can customize everything from tone and sales approach to how he handles specific models, competitor comparisons, and your financing options, making Jerry as unique as your dealership, reflecting your brand, your process, and your voice. AI can make mistakes. The key is catching them fast and making sure they never happen twice. With most tools, changing something means a support ticket. Maybe it gets fixed, maybe it doesn't. With Jerry 2.0, you're in control. No engineering degree, no tickets, no waiting. Just tell Jerry what to change. He analyzes the issue, updates his own playbooks, and tests the change automatically. AI shouldn't be a black box. With AI Studio, you can see exactly how Jerry reasons, what documents he references, what policies he follows. So you're never wondering, why did Jerry say that? You can see the logic, and if something feels off, you can fix it fast, with total confidence. Jerry 2.0 ensures every customer gets a response, every opportunity moves forward, every conversation reflects your standards, which means more money in the door, more time at the dinner table for your team, and better service for your customers.
I think the best part about Jerry 2.0 is not only now do you have a really capable AI employee, but it's as customizable as it is capable. And it's going to completely change the entire way you run your business.
Book a demo to see the instant impact of Jerry 2.0.
Here comes the great connector, Mike Stoll, with a big announcement filmed live at the Rohrman Automotive Group.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Van Tyne here with Ted Ings. Today we are at Rohrman Automotive Group at Schaumburg Kia for their big grand opening. And Ted, the energy today has already been electric.
Absolutely, Sarah. And we have a great friend of ours, Mike Stoll, the great connector. Mike, welcome back to the Fixed Up Now.
Oh, Ted, thank you so much. Sarah, thanks for having me. It's great to be here.
Good to be in Schaumburg, in Illinois. And Mike, you've got a lot going on this year already. And bring us up to speed a little bit, because I know CDK, which is how we met you, and then through Northwood University, and the students are here today. It's exciting. And you're working on some new stuff now.
I am. First of all, we're at the iconic Rohrman, automotive group in the new Kia store, and it's tough to not talk about the car industry in this part of the United States and not talk about this automotive group. So,
Yeah, I'm in my 52nd year in retail automotive. I spent 30 some years in the retail side and then 22 at CDK Global. And then at the end of February, I decided to not use the R word, Ted, the retirement. It's a launch. And we're in some of the most amazing times in automotive right now, specific to fixed ops, specific to the sales process. Everybody's trying to figure out how to make it less frictionless to buy and less frictionless to serve. And we couldn't be in a better time to be in the middle of this. You helping the industry, the Northwood students trying to understand what the future looks like. So I'm in a pretty good triangle right now, Ted, to be able to help collaborate with the Northwood students in their classrooms. I still get to go up there on the Wednesdays and help them try to figure out what the future is going to look like. And then I get to hang out with the Ted Ings and the Sarah Van Tyne. It's Fixed Ops Roundtable. And from that triangle is a pretty good next phase for Mike Stoll and what we're going to do. So appreciate the opportunity.
Well, the launch of Mike Stoll 360 has not gone unnoticed. We're so proud to have you here with us today. And also, as part of what Mike is going to be doing, not only will he continue to be working with the students at Northwood University, but you'll be working with us at the Fixed Ops Roundtable as well. And, really helping continue that great connection.
Ted, like I told you before, that we've been talking about this a long time. And when you transition careers, for me to be able to be part of your team, Ted, the iconic Ted Ings and the brand that you set in fixed operations, it's and then get to learn from Sarah and the things that she has been able to do is nothing but an honor. So thank you. Thank you very much. Honored.
And Sarah, I think the honor is ours.
It is, Ted. And Mike, it's already, I've learned so much from you over the years, and I know this is going to be so exciting in this next chapter and how it's going to continue to evolve.
100%, Sarah. 100%. Our best is yet to come.
That's right.
All right, so with that, everybody, Mike Stoll here with us today in Schaumburg at the Rohrman Automotive Group. I agree with that sentiment. Your best is yet to come.
Our best is yet to come together, Ted. How's that sound? New tagline?
Here we go. Mike Stoll with Sarah Van Tyne and Ted Ings here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
There are a lot of competitors out there. What we're looking for, though, is the total package.
CDK is a proven solution. The support is ongoing, the development is ongoing, and for us, there is no other solution.
I really believe they know our business, they know the automotive space, and more they continue to be able to help us use the system the way we want to do business.
That relationship is really what this is all about. You don't have a relationship with software, you have a relationship with the individuals behind the software. That's what we're really comfortable with CDK.
Catch up with Simple Part up next.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Van Tyne here with Ted Ings. Today we're going to be discussing from parts counter to profit center, building a profitable parts e-commerce strategy. Ted, this is a very timely topic and we have a very special guest with us.
Sarah, you're so right. We're hearing more and more success stories about parts and e-commerce. We want to welcome Nathan Peterson from Simple Part. Nathan, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted. Thank you, Sarah.
Well, I want to kick things off, Nathan, with talking a little bit about profitability first. So if a dealer is not already selling parts online, why should they do so? And what kind of results could they expect?
Yeah, so one of the things to keep in mind is, as we all know, everybody likes to shop online. It's about efficiency and price, right? A lot of dealerships have websites, and when you go to service or parts and you try to order, you have to fill out a, submittal form. Well, submittal forms take time. It takes, individuals away from answering the phone or whatever it may be. E-commerce isn't about chasing online sales. It's actually about improving parts gross and absorption.
That's a great point, Nathan. And how important is it that parts e-commerce and a parts e-commerce solution is built around dealer profitability and not just online sales?
Yeah, so one thing we've noticed is that our customers are seeing 25% of their sales and further 36% during like evening hours. So during those core business hours, they're getting about 25% of their sales online, and they're seeing a greater sale of parts and accessories after hours, which is business. If you don't have an e-commerce site, that's lost sales. That's lost net gross. We're also seeing that up to 33% of OEM vehicle owners have started to shop from OEM program supported sites.
Yep. And Nathan, you're so right. I'm thinking back. I remember the old saying, "You got to be there for the taker, not the maker." I'm remembering when uh, dealerships first got online to sell cars 24/7 and had a website, and that was a new frontier. And Nathan, this is the frontier now. It's parts and it's e-commerce, and you've got to be there when the customer is looking. Let's talk a little bit about data and trust. Nathan, how does accurate OEM data and fitment confidence impact customer trust and conversion?
So one of the things to remember is that data, having accurate data, especially fitment data, builds a lot of trust within your customer base. Having accurate fitment data is the digital version of your best parts counter person. Another thing to remember is when the data is right, customers buy with confidence.
Yeah, yeah.
Those are great points, Nathan. And, also too, I mean, the website and the strategy, behind it, and also the strategy executing from that lead or, the opportunities online is so important. So what is the difference between a basic parts website and a true e-commerce strategy?
So I would say a standalone website creates a little bit more work, kind of how I mentioned earlier. Filling out that submission form, it takes individuals away from, their day to day. What an integrated e-commerce strategy does is it is a revenue engine. So it's that gross that you didn't have before. It's a completely different customer base.
Makes a lot of sense. That front counter for parts, little by little, Nathan. Okay, there's less and less there, and the action is now online for all of us, all of our consumers. We shop that way. Let's talk about growing beyond the local market. Some of the things that you've been mentioning here. How is it- how important is it for retail dealers who are watching this today to reach customers beyond just their local market area?
Yeah. So one thing to think about is your service drive is local, but your parts business doesn't have to be.
Yeah.
And e-commerce allows you to turn non-moving or slow-moving parts into revenue by reaching a larger regional or national audience. And with that being said, having like a dynamic pricing and really working on SEO and paid marketing and merchandising, it allows for continuous improvement for you to keep reaching those larger audiences and being competitive.
And what about dealers who fear things like losing control of uh, things like pricing or even the brand?
No, totally a very common fear.
Yeah.
One of the things I do is my main goal is to make the business money. It's not a race to the bottom. I want them to actually get gross. So I listen. What is your appetite for volume? Do you want to be a big volume player? Do you want to, grow your business by 10, 13, 15%? And listening to them and coming up with a good pricing strategy to be dynamic, especially in like a regional aspect, to really hit that nice sweet spot where it's not a race to the bottom, but listening to the parts managers, the GMs, the service directors, and really coming up with a strategy to execute.
Well, and Nathan, a big component of how successful these conversions online are really comes down to the customer experience. And so I'm curious, what are the biggest reasons that you see customers not completing a parts purchase online, and how can dealers fix that?
So, in my experience, a lot of things that I've noticed is, when customers drop off, they're not necessarily trusting that data. Kind of back to our earlier, question. They're not trusting the fitment. They don't understand the shipping that's happening. What's going on, or hitting friction during checkout. So having really accurate shipping rates for the end consumer. Having a as frictionless as possible checkout experience. Really helps drive those conversions in the cart.
And Nathan, your platform, Simple Part, you really help dealers with that. You help them with, let's say, driving basket size. And I'm curious, what are some of the most effective ways to increase the average order? Because you work with so many dealers, when it comes to parts e-commerce.
No, absolutely. So, one of the things I always try to, especially, talking with individuals that may not be as, used to e-commerce, or they're just starting to get into it, is really getting their mindset to change in terms of like repair jobs or, individual parts, and also helping push their accessory sales instead of it just being, at POS, point of sale, with the sales team, right? There's always opportunities, even if somebody does like a local pickup when they're coming in, helping teach them tools to use to push an accessory upgrade that somebody didn't necessarily think about. Service while they're there, picking up said part, for the DIYer. Really working on increasing order size will help improve their gross profits at the end of the day, and finding little tips and tricks to help them do that.
And Nathan, you're so right about, these strategies, because, I'm thinking about the role of marketing and how many times when I'm shopping online and I see, would you like to add this additional item that relates to what I'm originally searching for? Those pieces are so important, not only for the customer experience, but again, in that revenue strategy. So how important is digital marketing today in driving part sales, and what are the key things which drive success in it?
Yeah, so marketing is what's going to fuel the pipeline. Without it, your e-commerce channel is just, lack of better terms, it's just sitting there. You have it, but if you're not marketing, you're not fueling that pipeline. Paid searches really capture high intent buyers, and search engine optimization, SEO, really builds long-term demand for your inventory and helps bring back those repeat buyers.
Nathan, I'm curious, what makes top performing dealers so successful in e-commerce on the Simple Part platform?
So top performing fixed ops teams and, parts counter and parts directors and parts managers, treat e-commerce like an extension of their department, not a side project, so that they fully integrate it. They don't treat it as like a little side project to the side. Right. They're actively managing. You asked before, some parts managers or parts directors are a little weary. Like, do I get to control my pricing? You absolutely do. Managing their pricing, managing and monitoring their inventory performance, and engaging with the channel.
Nathan, speaking of inventory performance, one of the factors that a lot of parts departments really are thinking about when it comes to their e-commerce strategy is really, all of the fundamentals that really impact online sales performance. So how do inventory availability, fulfillment, shipping, and other e-commerce fundamentals impact the overall sales performance that dealerships are experiencing?
Yeah, so, inventory and fulfillment, every mispick or delay, even if there's not a mispick, but you're taking too long to capture the order, process the order, ship it out, creates rework. And rework kills efficiency and ultimately profitability and growth. Having fast and accurate fulfillment protects your team's time and your store's reputation. We all get those Google reviews and we all want to have those good ones, right? So being able to maintain that and have, an inventory strategy behind going after that e-commerce, business will set you up for success.
We're speaking to Nathan Peterson. He's with a company called SimplePart, simplepart.com. And Nathan, for our audience that's watching today, for a dealer, let's say just starting out, here we are in the middle of the second quarter. What are the two, maybe the three things that they should focus on first to see results quickly getting into parts e-commerce?
Yeah, so I would say to start out first, make sure your process is simple and it doesn't add complexity to your team. It needs to be seamless, part of their everyday today. You don't want to make it complex. Another thing to focus on would be focus on high demand parts and accessories and using a pricing matrix that, reflects that. You already know what you sell a lot of, have an accurate pricing for that, to be competitive. Your business will already have an EPC, and working with SimplePart, it's easy to turn this EPC data into an online profit center. The platform takes care of everything else you need. I mean, it's not as simple as plug and play, but it's about as close as you can get.
Well, Nathan, for some closing questions for you today, I know a lot of our dealer audience that's listening is thinking about parts e-commerce, getting started, or how they can continue to scale their strategies or modify what they're doing over the next 12 to 18 months. So I'm curious, what does a best-in-class parts e-commerce operation look like in 12 to 18 months?
Yeah, so a best-in-class, fixed ops department is going to use e-commerce to improve absorption and stabilize parts revenue. It runs as a seamless extension to the parts department, not a separate operation. They are one and the same. And most importantly, it generates profitable growth without adding operational strain. Doing these things will make it a success for the fixed ops department and grow revenue.
And Nathan, I see that you have an ebook that's out, okay, from Parts Counter to Profit Center. Is that something our audience can get their hands on and start looking at?
Yeah, absolutely. It is a beautifully put together white paper. It's a few-minute read, and it will give amazing insights into e-commerce and how we can help grow your parts department revenue.
All right. We're putting that information on the screen for you, everybody, so that you can access that. Nathan Peterson, what a great time to be in fixed ops. What a great time to be in parts e-commerce. We can just feel the activity there, and it's amazing. So thank you for all you do for the industry.
Absolutely. Again, Ted, Sarah, I really appreciate your time today. It's been great speaking with you, and look forward to all the future interactions with everybody in fixed ops, and have a great rest of your day.
Nathan, you as well. Everybody, parts e-commerce is here. SimplePart has the platform that can help you. Nathan Peterson from SimplePart, an infomedia company, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Want to grow your parts and accessories business online? Here are 10 steps to e-commerce success, powered by SimplePart. Step 1. Take your parts counter online. SimplePart builds mobile-friendly, branded e-commerce sites that look good and sell fast. Step 2. Build it on real data. SimplePart stores are built on VIN-specific OEM catalog data, so your customers can shop with confidence. Step 3. Help your customers find you. Our SEO team helps make sure your site shows up when shoppers search and help them find exactly what they need. Step 4. Power up your SEM. SimplePart's expert team helps you build and manage campaigns that actually drive results. From keywords to conversions, we've got you covered. Step 5. Keep checkout friction-free. Fast, secure payments. No confusion. No cart abandonment. Step 6. Give them options. Ship it or pick it up in store. Simple Parts supports the fulfillment methods your customers prefer. Step 7. Drive traffic. We'll help you launch campaigns, digital ads, and promotions that get parts flying off the shelf. Step 8. Know what's working. Track orders, conversions, and revenue with real-time reporting and dashboards. Step 9. Talk to humans who get it. Our support team speaks fluent automotive, and we're here whenever you need us. And Step 10. Keep growing. Add accessories and lifestyle products. Connect more stores, run targeted promos, increase your ad spend, and turn your parts store into a revenue engine. 10 steps, one partner, from search to ship. Simple Part makes parts e-commerce simple. Simple Part, powering parts and accessories success for OEMs and dealers. Find out more at www.infomedia.com.au.
Walk on the wild side with Robert Wooden as he gives us the Fixed Ops intel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we have Robert Wooden, Fixed Ops Intel, and Ted. Exciting conversations ahead around AI and warranty uplift.
Yeah, so much happening right now in our industry, Sarah. Thank you for that. Robert Wooden, humble to have you here with us at the Roundtable. Thank you for all you do, and welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Yeah, thanks, Ted. Thanks, Sarah. Good to be back. Good to see everybody again post NADA.
Yes, yes. Amazing things happening in our industry. Robert, you and Sarah and I are in a really good space with fixed operations. A lot of activity happening in this area right now, it seems.
Yeah, the ups and downs of the industry, right? But it's good to be in fixed ops right now. The focus is on us, so we need to perform. Now that people are really watching what we're doing, there's a lot of responsibility that comes with that, and some opportunities for people to really shine. So we want to help people do that, and hopefully we can talk about some strategies and things that can help them achieve those goals.
Well, like I said, we're humbled that you're here. Robert Wooden, everybody at Fixed Ops Intel, Fixed Ops Intelligence, really is the expert in the industry when it comes to all things warranty. And the focus now, of course, is on the fixed ops side. Robert, AI continues to be a major focus. You mentioned it a little while ago. We saw a lot of that at NADA, a lot of talk about that. How is Fixed Ops employing your company, Fixed Ops Intel, using AI and making sure it works?
Yeah, so AI is the buzzword. It has been for a while, and we see it not only in the automotive industry, but you see it everywhere now. But when we start looking at Fixed Ops Intel, we built Fixed Ops Intel within the Microsoft ecosystem, which allows us to naturally leverage AI as well as data and network security that the Microsoft inherently brings to the table. We recently finished an AI improvement project that's going to help us to onboard new accounts and launch them faster. Before AI, it was a lot of manual mapping, basically plugging their DMS information into Fixed Ops Intel. And it would take anywhere between 4 to sometimes 8 hours per account to do that. Now it takes less than 30 minutes. It still doesn't completely remove the human element. We're still watching over and making sure that things are correct, but it really takes a lot of those tasks away from having to have a person do that. And, obviously it allows us to handle more clients more efficiently, But what I really love most about it is it frees up our human talent, not be weighed down with those mundane tasks, but to be able to concentrate our efforts on working with our clients and their projects and ensuring the best results. We launched an AI data concierge that we call Dash last year, and are continuing to improve the performance of Dash. And just to give you two recent examples, we had a client about 3 weeks ago that needed to know how many times a specific group of opcodes was used over the last year, but they needed it broken down by month. And they called their DMS company and they said, "Hey, can you help us build this report?" And their DMS company said, "No, you just can't get that report. It can't be done." And so they called and said, "Hey, is this something that we could do?" And within 2 minutes, Dash had the answer and done. In another example, last week we had another client that called and said, "Hey, we want a list of every repair order with the vehicle that had 60,000 miles or more that was serviced over the last 2 months, and we need it broken down by service advisor." It took Dash 30 seconds to get that dealer that information that they wanted. So these are the things that AI can do that traditional DMS and traditional reporting platforms just cannot do.
And that's amazing that your clients can ask you those questions and you can have the answers for them. Robert, that alone, that itself is game changing.
Yeah, and it's great that we call and we love to talk to our clients. And really, one of the things that we need to do better for ourselves is we need to educate our customers because they don't have to call us. They have access to this information. So all of our clients have access to fixed ops intel. They all have logins and they can just go and they can just ask it themselves. So they could save themselves the phone call. And we really are encouraging our clients to use it because AI is one of those things that gets better with usage. So as they continue to ask these questions, the system will adapt, or it gives us feedback on the backside of it that says, "Hey, these are the things that your clients are asking for, and if we don't currently give them that information, we want to make sure that we can serve that up to them." So it's going to help us to do a better job for them as we move down the road with AI. So we really hope, we just tell people, use it, use it, use it.
Well, Robert, it's so exciting to hear what you've built with Dash. And again, the efficiency conversation is one that Ted and I are hearing all across the industry. We have dealerships that are looking for ways to be more efficient with their time, with their employees, and then also, efficiencies gained in the shop and with their customers. On that subject, we're seeing a lot of conversations, specifically around warranty uplift. And so I'm curious, what new trends are you seeing in the warranty uplift space that dealers need to be aware of?
Yeah, great question, Sarah. And three things immediately come to my mind. The first one is factory pushback. So, like we talked about before, with retail car sales kind of slumping, the manufacturers are trying to cut expenses, and warranty is one of the biggest expenses that a car manufacturer has. It represents literally billions of dollars every year. So, in the not too distant past, you could submit a warranty uplift request to a manufacturer, and unless you really screwed it up, you would probably get something. You may not get all that you deserve, but you would get an increase. And some dealers, some managers would do that, and they thought, "Hey, I'm really good at this, and I can keep doing that." But the manufacturers now are trying again to save money and cut where they can, and so what they're doing is they're parsing every word of every state law. They're parsing every word of every line and every repair order that we're submitting to try and tank a submission. Right, so they are completely focused on this. And the other thing the manufacturers are doing is they're often ignoring or they're misrepresenting the state laws to trick dealers into taking less than that they deserve. Unfortunately, the manufacturers are succeeding. So, every dealership is its own business. They have to make decisions that are best for their business. But, the cost of labor, the cost of insurance, the facilities and the equipment are rising at a breakneck pace. And it's really in the dealership and the manufacturer's best interest to have profitable dealers. So, for them to not get everything that they deserve is not really doing anything for the dealer body or the customers or, in the end, the manufacturers. So that's really the first thing. Factory pushback is really, really accelerating. Um, and then the other thing that comes to mind is retail labor time laws. So we know that retail rate is now available in all the states, but now the latest state to come on board is New Jersey. Their retail labor time law just went into effect April 1st. So New Jersey dealers, give us a call. In a nutshell, the law allows dealers to compare the labor times that they charge retail customers with the OEM factory labor times, and it will give them a multiplying factor. So to give you an example, we just finished a submission for a New Jersey client, and their multiplier was 1.9. So what that means is if the factory time was 1 hour, the dealer would get reimbursed 1.9 hours. So that's huge, right? That's nearly doubling the labor time, and of course you're going to get your retail labor rate with that as well. So that is where true parity comes in. So the dealer is getting the same rate that they're charging a retail customer and getting the same labor time that they're charging a retail customer. So that's really good. And the bonus for those New Jersey dealers and the dealers that are in those retail time states is that when we do a submission, you're really getting a twofer. You're getting the rate and you're getting the time. So you're kind of getting a good bang for your buck.
So, Robert, I'm in. Just a follow up.
Yeah.
I'm in New Jersey. So, what can I tell my dealer friends? Okay, if you're in New Jersey, what do you need to do? And how can you
Yeah.
help?
Well, again, they can give us a call
Okay.
or look us up online and
Okay.
reach out to us. But what we do for all of our clients is we do a free analysis. So if they said, "Hey, where do we stand? Where do we think you could be?" We're going to tell you on the rate. Now, on the time wise, that's something that we have to work with your warranty admin to try and code those out to see where you're at. But listen, there's not a dealer anywhere in New Jersey that is not going to see an increase in labor times because they just naturally are, unless they're charging factory time for customer pay repairs, which I really don't think is something that most dealers do. And then, following up on that retail time law is I think that you're going to see similar laws come online in other states over the next few years, certainly a lot faster than we saw the retail rate laws populate across the country. And again, it took 25 years before really all the states did it. But if you are a dealer in a state that doesn't have retail time law, and you're close or you're bordering a state that does, you're at a serious disadvantage, with technicians being able to pay the technicians time and stuff. So I think, I would really encourage the dealers and the dealers associations in the states that don't have that, get with your lawmakers, really push this because it's going to help, again, help everybody. Profitable dealers are good for the community, for the manufacturer, and for the employees. So that's the second thing, and then the third thing that kind of strikes me as stuff that I see trending in the warranty uplift space is what I call everybody's jumping into the pool. Right. We see accountants and consultants and technology companies and lawyers, and now some DMS providers are wading into the warranty uplift field. Um, you know, recently, one of the DMS providers jumped in with both feet, and I suspect that some others will probably want to do that as well. I've said it before, DMS companies are really good at collecting and storing data and are notoriously bad at getting data out of them in any kind of usable format. So there's been the birth of the whole reporting side of it. A piece of advice to anybody, stick to what you know, be really good at it. That's advice that, I was given many years ago, and I would give the same. We've been singularly focused on warranty uplift for almost 30 years. This is our 29th year doing this. Personally, I've been in dealerships for 40 years, 30 years of it focused on the technology and software space. And my team has decades of experience in warranty uplift. So trust the experts, understand what you get what you pay for. And to the dealers and the managers out there, be careful who you trust with an incredibly important project that impacts the financial health of your dealership. And I kind of liken it to, I wouldn't bring my Ferrari to the Hyundai dealership for an engine refresh. And no disrespect to the Hyundai techs, because there's some really great technicians there, but they just don't know that field or that product. And the same goes with this as well. And then finally on this area, I would say, let me talk a little bit about value. We provide our service at a fair price. We give our clients our software, Fixed Ops Intel, so that they can improve their businesses. We don't lock them into long-term consulting contracts or take, which cost them thousands of dollars, or charge them percentages of their profits, which they work really hard to get to. So if our clients need or want our help, we're here. We're available, and we're glad to help them. I really want to educate the next generation of managers to make them and their stores successful and flourish going forward. So
incredible stuff, Robert and Ted. I know warranty uplift is going to continue to be an important conversation with dealerships, especially as they continue to look for ways to improve their profit margins and really retain their customers.
Great points, Robert. We're very humbled to have you as part of the roundtable. And Robert Wooden is very successful working with dealers on the Fixed Ops Roundtable, and has an amazing track record, and that's why he's here. And our resident expert, on warranty uplift. Robert, if our audience wants to reach out to you, because you know what, this industry is evolving. We're all three of us are watching this every week, every month. Something's new now that wasn't there a few months back. If they've got questions, because warranty is such a huge chunk of the pie, it's a big slice. What's the best way to get their questions answered? Maybe find out their situation, how you would address that.
Yeah, they can just reach out to us online, and you go to Fixed Ops Intel, warrantypart.com, which has been our website for many years, or you just Google warranty uplift, and you'll find us there. Just reach out to us. You can call us, email us, text us, social media. There's lots of different ways to contact us, just like most dealerships and every business today. But certainly reach out to us. We'll get right back to you. Again, we'll do free analysis for you, let you know where you stand, and give you some advice on is it the right time to submit, and some strategies to maximize the rates that you can get for your stores.
Everybody, industry is changing. Warranty is changing. You got to be aware of what's happening in the industry. Robert Wooden is your person to do that. Robert, thank you for everything you do, and appreciate being with us here today.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Robert Wooden, everybody, with Fixed Ops Intel. Visit him on the web. You can see the scroll down below, warrantypart.com. Robert Wooden here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks, Sarah. Thanks, Ted.
Introducing Warranty Uplift, powered by Fixed Ops Intel and brought to you by Wooden Automotive Consultants. Warranty uplifts are complex, and mistakes cost time and money. Fixed Ops Intel uses the latest technology to analyze your dealership's service data to ensure maximum reimbursement rates while accelerating and simplifying the process. Trusted by single-point stores to the largest dealer groups, Wooden Automotive Consultants pioneered warranty uplift nearly 30 years ago and has thousands of satisfied clients from Maine to Hawaii and representing every major vehicle manufacturer. Fixed Ops Intel, delivering smarter service for your dealership.
Please welcome Alliance Dealer Solutions. Up next.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we have a very special panel with us. Alliance Dealer Solutions is here to share best practices and strategies that you can implement in your dealership, Ted.
Sarah, that's so right. Brandon Hall is here and Mike Hollenbeck from Alliance. Gentlemen, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you.
Well,
Was good.
Brandon, just to set the stage today for our audience that may not be familiar, we're so excited to have Alliance Dealer Solutions back with us. But for our audience that may not be familiar, what is Alliance Dealer Solutions and how are you solving some of the pain points traditionally that create challenges in dealerships?
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, hopefully everybody's starting to become very familiar with it. We're a complete outsourced solution for automotive car dealerships in terms of anything from porters, from pickup and delivery, sales porters, service porters, car wash, detail, and really excited to be talking about the new avenue sector of our business today, direct hire services, which we've had a lot of traction with.
Couldn't help but notice, Brandon, the direct hire services. So congratulations on that, gentlemen. And I want to ask you some more questions about that. Mike, if I could come to you. Mike, what makes your recruiting approach at Alliance, what makes that different from a typical agency?
Yeah, so with our direct hire, we're already providing so many of these services for the dealerships where it's an outsourced service, but so many conversations have happened behind the scenes with our clients about other positions that they have internally. So we've seen it at a ground level for almost 20 years now, all these different positions, all the way through the dealership management team to front line. And it was just an easy fit for us. So once we started looking into the different positions, we knew exactly what they were looking for as far as the roles, as far as the different levels to each row, to each role. So it was just a very easy fit for us to come in and be able to show a lot of value with our knowledge in the dealership world.
And Brandon, maybe if you'd like to add some color to that, because you both you have been in this space for a long time, and like Mike said, you know what to look for in these hires.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Mike hit it on the head. We've been doing this for a long time with all the ancillary positions that we've staffed before with porters for us internally and detailers and car washers. And for all these years, I don't know why, still don't know why it took us so long to figure it out. We would hear service managers and directors and GMs say they were struggling with their staffing. And we also got complimented on how do you staff all these positions that you have. So it's really one of those things, I think, understanding and being intertwined in the automotive business. As you know, it takes a special kind of person to be in this business. And it helps us versus outsource just a regular standard recruiting company. I think automotive people think differently. And it takes, an automotive person sometimes to reach that characteristic in them.
Mike, it really does take a special person to fill the roles in the dealership, but all these roles, porters, lot attendants, car washers, they are all critical components to the dealership's success in their operations and fulfilling exceptional customer experiences. How do you make sure that candidates are the right fit for both the role and the dealership's day-to-day operations?
Yes, that's a really good question. And there's so many different levels to positions within a dealership that if the dealership client would ask us, we're looking for a technician. Well, that's great. We would love to help. Are you looking for a lube tech? Are you looking for an experienced journeyman technician? What level technician would they be? We like to know what they're actually looking for. So we're not just checking boxes that they're a service technician, but we actually want to fit the actual description that that dealership is looking for, so that we make sure that we stay within their pay structure and also understanding the dealership's actual workflow. So we like to go beyond the actual title and know what the tech level is, the pay structure, the workflow, and everything that actually goes into what that position would be at that individual dealership, so it aligns exactly with what they're looking for.
Brandon, this is incredible because what Mike is describing, it is really challenging in a typical agency model where if the dealership has to go out of their way to provide all this extensive training and really try to figure out where that puzzle piece fits in the organization, you've really taken that off the dealership's plate.
Yeah, 100%. And I think this goes back, and we've talked about it in the past. We have a unique advantage. We're in 40, 50 rooftops from West Coast to East Coast. And we've always talked about dealerships being so different in culture and so different in facilities and how they operate from place to place. I've never gone into a dealership and seen the same thing that works at one that works at another. And the same thing goes for people. We're already unique in ourselves as human beings. And when you place us into a dealership environment, obviously there's going to be changes there. So I think us having the ability to see multiple dealerships day in and day out. I'm in Arizona right now, for instance, and I'll be in California and then maybe in Chicago one week. And so it varies. And so for us to be able to give insight to the dealer as well as them give to us what they're looking for, and people helps that process as well.
Gentlemen, I want to ask you because, as you've mentioned, you work with so many dealerships from coast to coast, and you've seen a variety of different models and service drives and setups, and different types of brands as well. Mike, let me ask you, what challenges do you see today's dealership HR teams facing when it comes to actually recruiting today?
Yeah, so I see, and I work with several HR departments directly with auto dealership groups, and I've gotten to see many different setups within those HR divisions of the groups, and I see how thin they are stretched out. So right now, they might have a lot of recruitment needs, but it literally ends up taking a back seat to their more urgent needs, and they need to get those positions filled, but they literally just cannot make the time to recruit, make the time that needs to go into finding that right person. And that's where we come in and we take over all the sourcing, the follow-ups, the interviews, the communication process throughout the entire recruitment timeline. So we're not just checking boxes again, as I said earlier, and looking for a person and handing it off, but really carrying the baton and getting the right people in front of them so that they can concentrate on their core competencies while we're literally becoming another arm for the HR department and taking that stress off of them.
Wow. And Brandon, dealerships managers are stretched very thin right now. And Mike is right. Anything you want to add to that as well?
Yeah, I mean, he's right. They're stretched very thin. I would even go so far to say as we've seen many times where dealerships don't have a dedicated HR person. It's somebody that's doing a little bit of HR stuff. And when I mean that, I mean at a very low level, not a high level. They may be the person that places the ad to get somebody to hopefully apply for a job. And then once that's done, they're, oh, hey, we've got this person. There's no screening that takes place. That gets shifted over to the service manager or the service director or the management inside the dealership. And they're only given what has come in. So, there's a big step missing in the dealerships. You have some dealerships that have a dedicated HR person, but listen, that's not an easy department to run. They are dealing with some real-time issues and deadlines, and sometimes recruiting gets put on the back burner. However, I think everybody would agree that when you have open positions, every day that they go unfilled is money that you're missing. It's customers that aren't being serviced as well as they should be. And so it has a big time effect as it goes and rolls downhill.
Yes.
Mike, another piece that Brandon just touched on that comes to mind is the hiring process and how the candidate moves through the application, how they move into interviews, and also that can be a big friction point not only for the dealership but also the candidates, especially when you consider that whole onboarding journey. So how do you help streamline this process for both the dealership and the candidates?
Sure. It's simple. We take ownership of that process from the sourcing to the screening, the constant communication. Obviously, I know the difference between constant communication and over communicating. We want to communicate with them, not only the candidate so that they stay engaged, but also with the management team so that they're updated on where the candidate is in the process. And I've also really taken a lot of pride in being able to not only communicate with the HR department directly, but communicate with the managers directly that are going to be the ones working with these candidates on a day-to-day, hour-to-hour basis. And of course, we're customizable, so we're going to do what's best for the dealership and what the HR department wants us to do. But with our processes now, having a direct line with the management team and with the candidate is a recipe for success. It keeps everybody engaged. It takes that load off of them. And most importantly, we know that the candidates are getting interviewed, but they're also interviewing us. They're also interviewing your dealership. So we have to remember that we want to show them that this is somewhere that they want to be, that they can grow roots at and make this a career.
And Brandon, you really have the expertise in being able to navigate, as you mentioned, the culture components, all of these pieces. I'm imagining, not every candidate is a match for the dealership, and not every dealership is a match for the candidate.
No, absolutely. Mike's right when he says the candidates are interviewing the employer just as much as we're interviewing the candidate. And rightfully so, they should be, right? This is a person that's going to spend anywhere from 40 to 50, maybe sometimes more hours a week with this place. In some instances, some weeks, depending on, how tough the week is, they're spending more time with them there than they are maybe at their home with their spouse or with their kids at the time and things like that. So it's important for them to really enjoy where they're working. But Mike's right. He is very entwined with wanting to make sure that the candidate feels comfortable and that they're in constant communications. I think one of the biggest downfalls, not just in the automotive field, but any business with recruiting, is a person applies, they're contacted, but they're contacted 4 or 5 days after they apply. Remember that these people are looking for a job. They're trying to provide support for themselves, for their family, and that's not the only job they applied for. So it's the person that gets to them first is the person that has the edge on them. And so if you're having your service manager trying to fill a position, but they've also got all these ROs they're dealing with, and they're trying to check the efficiencies of the shop, and they're talking to their warranty administrator and everything like that. Like, when do they fit that in? How much time, dedicated time, could they really give to recruiting? And, that's important, is to make sure that you're first to contact them and that you're walking them through that process the entire time.
We're speaking today to Mike Hollenbeck and Brandon Hall there with Alliance Dealer Solutions. Gentlemen, a lightning round for you to close out our session today. This is for the dealers, general managers, fixed ops directors, service, parts, reconditioning managers, everybody watching today in retail. And I'll ask it first to Mike and then Brandon to bring it home. Why do dealerships choose to partner with you at Alliance instead of handling hiring internally? If I can come to Mike first and then, as I said, Brandon to bring it home.
Sure. Because as I said earlier, we like to be that recruitment arm, and we don't want to add more to your plate. We literally take over that workload, take it off your shoulders, keep you informed. We also have several different avenues to where we're not just recruiting by posting an ad out there. I'm actually reaching out through my networks, through my avenues that I have, and know so many people in the different dealership divisions in the world that I'm actually reaching out to people that I think fit this job description, not only logistically, but also for what the position is. And I reach out to them and I let them see what position is out there. And I take that extension from the dealership and I do my best to place them in front of the dealership group so that they get the qualified employee or candidates in front of them.
Love it. And Brandon, if you would, bring it home.
Yeah, absolutely. I think across all areas of for Alliance, it's for me, it's really simple, and we still use it to this day. And AEI for us, it's anticipate a dealership's need, engage with them, and invite their feedback. And we use that across the board with our customers. We use it across the board with our dealerships. We truly care about how the dealership can improve. We want to know where they're at, whether it be for their porters, whether it be for their car wash, or whether it's for their detail department. And in this new avenue, direct hire. And it's hard to argue with numbers. This venture came to be, this new avenue for us, this new sector came for us a little over a year ago. And it's when you start new things, you've got so many things going on. We never really picked it up and gave it what it needed until towards the end of last year in 2025. And I think so far within the last 2 months, we've placed upwards of 40 positions over across several dealerships. And this is anything from journey techs to lube techs to BDC reps. We've had a couple of controllers that we've placed. And it's also important for everybody to know that this is truly a no risk business. It's no risk in this for the dealership at all. I know people tend to cringe when they hear that because they think there's a hook somewhere else. But when you sign up for us to recruit positions, if we do not place anybody, or if we send you people and you choose not to hire them for any reason, you owe us not a dime. And we believed in it so much. We wanted it set up like that. We have the belief in Mike for recruiting, and we have the belief in our knowledge for over the years with all of our experience. We want to show the dealerships that we're able to do this, and we're able to allow you more time to focus on what needs to be focused on inside the dealership. And again, time's our most valuable commodity. So we want them to have the time to focus on their customers' needs versus worrying about trying to be staffed day in and day out.
Yeah, well said. And I was going to actually add to what Brandon just said, not to take over a little more time, Ted, but as we've grown the rapport with the HR department and with the office managers that I've gotten to grow a good rapport with different auto groups, the positions have actually grown now to where a very popular position we're looking to add are office positions, from HR clerks to billers to license and title, all the way to accounts payable. So it's really, we started off just in the operational side because that's what we do all day with Alliance. But once you grow the rapport and you have that relationship with the dealer group, they understand that their needs don't just stop at operations, it's administrative. And we've been helping across the board on all of those avenues. And it's been a great thing to see them trust us to help with those. And we look forward to continuing to do that with them.
All right. For the audience watching, Sarah, Alliance Dealer Solutions is here to partner with you. They do a great job on the hospitality and in their hiring processes, and they get very high marks in the industry. And congratulations to you, Mike Hollenbeck on direct hire, Brandon Hall, Vice President at Alliance. And Sarah, overall, this is great news for the industry in 2026 and beyond.
It is, Ted. And to learn more, visit alliancedealersolutions.com. Brandon Hall's email is also scrolling at the bottom of the screen. You can reach out to him directly there.
Great, everybody. Alliance Dealer Solutions, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you.
Here to get you paid faster and cleaner is Dave Shell from Interstate Billing.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we have the Interstate Billing Service panel. And Ted, lots of exciting things with Dave Shell on the horizon for dealers.
It is. Dave Shell has been making a bigger name for himself at Interstate Billing. Isabella Stevens is with us also from Northwood University. Welcome, Isabella. And Dave, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks, Ted. Thanks, Sarah. Hi, Isabella.
Hi, Dave. Thank you so much for joining us today.
My pleasure.
So what we've done is we've put together, or we've asked actually Isabella and the Northwood students up in Midland, Michigan, Dave, to put together some questions that we'd like to ask you today for the Fixed Ops Roundtable that pertain to our Fixed Ops community. And if it's okay, we'd like to ask Isabella to go ahead with the first question for you, Dave.
Yeah, of course. Dave, I was just wondering, you've said before that a lot of dealerships are basically acting like a bank for their customers. Why do you think that mindset still exists in 2026, and what is it actually costing dealerships?
It's an old mindset. It's not broke. We don't need to fix it. If a dealer's probably has 500K in wholesale receivables, realistically, it's costing them $30,000 to $40,000 a year plus lost opportunities when you really break it down and look at it.
And Dave, wholesale parts it's really a cash flow business as well, isn't it?
Absolutely. A lot of guys will build a successful wholesale parts department and then they create a AR monster.
Well, Dave, on that subject, when a parts department is managing their own receivables, what are the hidden costs or risks that most operators completely underestimate?
Well, the biggest thing that I've noticed on the dealers I've set up is when you really look at the labor that they have in it, they've got capital drag, they've got risk, they've got scalability, and there's the cash sitting out, the staff's tied up, and basically their margins are leaking.
So would you say that interstate billing really frees up your team to focus more on the customers?
Absolutely. And it relieves the whole cash flow process and developing the relationships. Anybody on your team doesn't have to call looking for payment. We take care of everything.
Oh, wow. That's really convenient. That's great.
And Dave, the people in the parts department, they're not bill collectors. They're salespeople. They're selling product. Talk to us about that because, like Isabella said, great question by the way, Isabella. It lets them focus on what they're supposed to do.
Yes, it definitely lets them focus on. It definitely focuses them on where they can do some generating of revenue than chasing money. And that's the biggest thing that you'll see is it puts them in a sticky situation where you always want to be the dealer or the guy at the dealer that takes care of the customer or client. And you don't want to have to call and ask them where their payment is or deal with any of that. And that's where we can step in and help them out.
And Dave, Interstate has done this for a long time, specifically in that dealership category. Tell us about that if you don't mind.
Yes, they started out, I believe, 42 years ago, and their first client was an new car dealer, and they bought wholesale receivables. And since then, we're in every market that we do funding for. That's a B2B AR business.
I have a question for you, Dave. For the dealers watching today who are in the wholesale parts business, some might be worrying about outsourcing billing could hurt their relationships because now we've got another party involved, right? What do you actually see happen when Interstate Billing Service steps in?
So, what actually really happens is it improves the consistency. Your statements are there every time. You'll notice that it also removes any of the friction with the dealership having to call for the payment, or the guy selling the parts becoming the bill collector. And it often grows the wholesale parts department. You'll definitely see that because we're a little bit more lenient on our credit guidelines.
Oh, interesting. Now, Dave, if I were to just walk into a dealership today, what are the kind of warning signs that their receivables process is broken in that dealership?
So the biggest thing you'll see is the aging on all the wholesale accounts. When you look over in the columns on the right, when they're past 30 days, they're actually, at that point, they've become the bank. Inconsistent billing, you'll notice, definitely the write offs and charge offs. And then you do have the managers and the salespeople chasing money.
Mm.
And Sarah, I'm just envisioning the office manager or the controller probably coming out to the parts manager or wholesale parts manager uh, at about that 31-day mark, because that's really when everything starts to be affected.
It is, Ted, and Dave. As Ted mentioned, I mean, these are important pieces that accounting and really just growing the business. These are all factors that become even more critical when receivables are managed poorly. So, how much are poor receivables actually holding dealerships back from growing their wholesale parts business?
Well, I mean, when you really look at it, it limits the cash flow of the dealership, depending on where your receivables are setting. Capture inventory, your volume, and definitely hurts expansion. I mean, at the end of the day, when you do a cost comparison or analysis of what it costs for interstate billing to carry your receivables and fund your dealership in 24 hours, you'll notice that it's it's virtually, probably depending on your dollar amount that you're carrying, and oftentimes they'll notice that it actually is a cost-effective way to come to interstate billing and offset their AR.
It's amazing to hear these pieces. From the business side of the equation, Ted. A lot of dealerships are being more and more mindful about what their expenses are, how this all connects together, and wholesale parts is a big conversation in the industry.
It's a huge conversation. And Sarah, there's more focus than ever. You and Isabella and Dave, we're all seeing it on parts. And parts is really the driver, okay, out there. Um, Dave, what about dealers and, folks in the dealership who say, well, we've always done it this way. Why rock the boat, right? Why,
Yeah,
why, why
sure.
make any changes until something big happens?
That's
Tell us
it.
why.
Yeah, that's what I hear a lot, and it works. Yeah, but it's inefficient. It's not the best use of your cash or your time for your team. The biggest thing is when you bill that invoice. Besides that, we do buy the your AR up front, but then after that, moving forward, you have money in the bank every day in less than 24 hours. So every day it's constant cash flow. And once that part's invoiced, at that point, you're done with it. And we take it from there. We make all the statements, we reconcile the month in, we do everything for the dealership.
Dave, is it hard to get set up and get started?
No,
How does interstate?
it's really simple, Ted. It's a matter of getting your aging together, seeing what exactly we're going to buy, and then filling out a few forms. It's as easy as probably less than buying a home or a car. I mean, it's no time at all.
That's incredible. And David, why do you think that, collecting payments is such a big problem for teams to handle in dealerships?
The biggest thing is makes the employees or the team they're uncomfortable. It's inconsistent, and salespeople don't want to chase the money. At the end of the day, they want to. I think a lot of people see that it's not a good fit. Let's say being the collector and the salesperson, there's definitely a controversy.
Yeah,
Dave,
and two, I
Right.
think when you have to kind of wear multiple hats in the dealerships, that's when things, start to slip through and you start to have problems arise. So having, IBS come in and handle it fully for the dealership, that, you know, helps out the dealership in the long run because you're not dealing with these problems that are coming up from, slip ups from, like you said, salesmen that really their job shouldn't be payments.
Definitely, you're correct, Isabella. That is a very good topic, and I think when it's a multi-line dealership or they have a lot of different dealerships, it basically simplifies the process. For if there are 10 line or 10 rooftops or whatever it is, at the end of the day, they don't do it the same. They receive the payment, the billing, and they have one point of contact with us. We have a client experience team that will work with the dealerships. And so it really simplifies them having to call multiple rooftops.
Yeah, streamlines everything. That's incredible.
Hey, Dave, if I'm the parts manager, I also want to have a good relationship with the controller and the office manager. Talk to us about how this can actually positively impact that relationship because I want to keep the office manager happy.
Well, it definitely it's faster cash, it's better visibility, and at the end of the day, your team can focus on growing your business and doing things that generate revenue. And we're simplifying the process, and I'll go back to the old saying: everybody pays till they don't. And if you've got your write offs, your charge offs, everything else that you see, or I have in my 30 plus years on the back end of the business and wholesaling dealers, it's there. It's a matter if you look at it or not. When you take it all in, we actually do billing better. It's the one thing we do, and that's all we do, and we're good at it.
This is incredible stuff, Dave. Thinking about how this is so impactful for dealerships. And Ted, it really prevents the dealership from arbitrarily, going and collecting, more aggressively with certain people versus others. This simplifies that entire process, and it takes it out of the team's responsibility and allows them to do what they do best, which is serving their customer.
Sarah, that's a great point. Um, Dave, I'm wondering also what do you see as the first thing that the wholesale parts team notices or the teams notice internally when they're no longer handling the receivables themselves? What have you seen in your experience?
What you'll see is the business grows. Yeah, they can focus on tasks that are, like I said, that generate revenue. And the biggest thing is it decompresses with the slow pay or no pay. You don't have your salespeople or the parts manager out chasing money. We take care of it. And we don't charge back on the funding if it goes through interstate billing and you're paid on it on an open account, that those parts are insured. If you've got $1 million out on the street and if we buy your receivables, those are ours. When we pay you, we don't charge you back if we don't get paid. That is the insurance on the back end of the business that nobody sees, or I don't get that far in talking. Um, but it's basically a floor plan for the fixed ops wholesale parts side.
That's a great point. Sarah, we talk a lot with dealers about their inventory, and they're talking about used car inventory, right? And they're very conscious of that. But the parts inventory, and of course, later in the year we talk about things like obsolescence and all. But these are huge receivables, and the dealer has a lot of cash tied up in these parts, Sarah.
They do, Ted, and as we think about, so many organizations are looking to add rooftops and expand their business operations into things like parts e-commerce and other online components to expand their footprint. This is an important thing. You have to have your books correct, and Dave, this is a fantastic way for dealerships to really optimize the receivables portion of their business.
Yes, definitely is. It's if it's really something the dealers need to look at when you really break it down dollar for dollar. Interstate billing is a very good choice. Uh, when you really look at what we do and what we provide for a fee less than a credit card, to remove all the exposure, to take care of all the financial risk, the statements, the slow pay, the no pay, it's quite the package.
Dave, I'm thinking that a lot of our audience has not even been aware this is available for their wholesale parts as an option to collect receivables. If people watching this today at dealerships have questions or want to reach out with specifics about how this would apply to them, Dave, can they do that with you? And what's the next step? How does that work?
Absolutely. They can email me at daveshell@interstatebilling.com, or my phone number is 314-565-0512, and I'll be reach right back out to them, and we can go from there, talk about it and see if we're a fit.
And Dave, I know there's a lot of industries that you know use different services to help collect receivables. Again, Interstate is squarely in that automotive space and in wholesale parts. So this is a real easy thing for dealers to understand and get their arms around.
Yes, very easy thing for them to understand. It is a new concept for some dealers. They think of it as just a billing company. Um, Hopefully, you did get the footage that I sent of our building, and it's 36,000 modern piece of art, just like the nice car dealers that we go to with the fixed ops. It's a beautiful building and facility. It's modern, and we help to grow your business.
They're an outstanding company, everybody. Interstate Billing, highly recommended. Dave Shell, reach out to him with questions on how he can help you and Interstate can help you with your receivables. Interstatebilling.com. Dave Shell's email is scrolling at the bottom along with his contact information and cell phone. And he's very active on social media, I see as well. Dave, thank you for all you do for the industry, and thank you for helping our dealers.
Appreciate you having me on. Anybody, please feel free, reach out and we'll talk about it and see if it's a good choice for your business.
And Isabella, thank you for asking questions on behalf of the students at Northwood as well.
Yeah, that was nice.
Of course. Thank you for having us and giving us this opportunity.
Sarah Van Tyne, Isabella Stevens, thank you so much. Dave Shell from Interstate Billing Service here with us today on the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you.
Day 3 is in the books, and the volume just keeps climbing. We've pushed deeper, moved faster, and delivered the kind of ideas that don't just sit on a shelf. They hit the floor and drive results. But don't blink, because tomorrow is day 4 of Fixed Ops Week. We're bringing the biggest voices, the boldest ideas to the biggest stage in Fixed Ops. So don't wait for it. Be there. We're back on stage tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern.